knowledge every time. From the mods to the maps, from the brands to the tools. If it's FS talk, you know they breaking all the rules. We talk giants, we talk gears, we talk that horsepower. Late night mod drops, we got that creative power. From interviews with legends to spotlighting the new, we bring that FS fire straight from the crew to living life behind the wheel with a digital twist. Ain't no button we don't press, no trend we ever miss. Updates, leaks, and future plans. We got the inside scoop, no chance for scams. This is AgriBusiness, cranking up your farm life. From the field to the feedlot, under LEDs and skylights. Mods, maps, machines, they cover it all. Porches, kings of the farming game, standing tall. It's more than a game, it's a way of thinking. Talking shop while that diesel's drinking. From tractors to combines, dirt roads to drones, they build empires from screens and microphones. With every guest that drops in for a chat, you get the real talk, no filters, just facts. A spotlight on the builders and players who grind. They got love for the fans and the farm in mind. This is AgriBusiness, cranking up your farm life. From the field to the feedlot, under LEDs and skylights. Mods, maps, machines, they cover it all. Portage, kings of the farming game, standing tall. So plug in the pod and hit that sub. Roll out in style with your farming club. No fluff, just dirt, diesel, and truth. Straight from the FS underground on coast. AgriBusiness, rocking every ride with BDD, LT side by side. Whether you plow, seed, harvest, or buy, this is the voice of the farm life.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Day Dave, and this is AgriBusiness Tonight, a show where we get to talk about mods, maps, and the news. I am, of course, joined here by my co-host, WillTGaming. Will, how are you doing tonight?
Ugh, I feel like I'm gonna die.
I mean, yeah, that sounds about on par at the moment. Ugh. But I tell you what, we're also joined here by none other than a donkey. Not just any donkey, Farmer Donkey. Donkey, how you doing tonight?
I am doing fantastic. I am happy to be here tonight.
Excellent, excellent. No need to lie to us, but glad that you're going to lie for us.
I never lie.
Okay. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about here tonight, but first things first, before we get rocking and rolling, we want to go ahead and give the proviso like we normally do, that when we start discussing the mods and the maps and all that, that our opinions are our opinions alone, and nothing that we say in the negative is intended to be anything of personal or one of those where we're not looking to attack the modder or the map maker directly, and not even looking to attack, period. It's one of those that we are just here to give our opinions, let people know what we think of the mods, and just kind of go through specific parameters that we look for in order to kind of flesh things out a little bit better for people. So again, nothing is intended to be at the personal nature. It is only intended to just kind of get as much information out there about these mods as possible. Beyond that, we want to get into a topic before we get into the mods, because unfortunately, there's been some things kind of going on behind the scenes here in the world of Farming Simulator. Oh my goodness, not looking forward to this segment, but it is something that we do have to talk about. So for those who may not be aware, there has been a lot of things going on in the community in regards to the modders, and what's going on is that there's a small amount of people out there who are basically attacking the modding community for numerous reasons. And whatever those reasons are, they're sitting there and lashing out and letting people know that they're not happy for one reason or another. And unfortunately, this is starting to become an issue for a lot of the modding people in the community. So much so that it's starting to really, like, people are starting to think about taking some drastic actions. So, Will, do you want to give us like a rundown of what's going on, where this is all start or kind of stemming from, and what is being talked about at the moment?
Yeah, so this is all stemming from Roughneck Modding Crew. So this is not directly pointed at them, but they made the post which I ended up making, which I ended up posting. Basically, just I'm not gonna read the whole post because it's like 2 paragraphs long, but um, basically to summarize it out, uh, they recalled their lizard longhorn, which is their ram longhorn, and it will not be resubmitted out to Mod Hub. And if they do, it will be after Giants holiday break. Um, that's like I said, if they do. Their truck bed pack is in testing right now as an update. I believe it hit console testing. So, and as of right now, that's the only thing coming from them. Because they're sick and tired of the bullying, the being mean, harassing, um, basically making the modders feel like they're underdogs. Like people can just step on them. And and like as what BDD said about modders taking drastic measures, a lot of modders are debating on taking their stuff off ModHub or keeping what they have on ModHub now, but not putting anything back on ModHub. Like custom modding, prime example. They're planning on taking their John Deere Mailer, which is in council testing right now. Keep that in mind. In council testing, so it could be out some coming week. Um, they could just recall it right from Giants and not even post it because it's gotten to that point, and it it's a topic I don't like talking about, but it's got so sickening to my stomach to the point that I almost threw my phone yesterday. I'm not even kidding you. Or, and even earlier today. It's please. Um, I'm not begging anybody, but please be respectful. If and this next thing I'm going to say, this is not coming from me. FS Club said this, so I'm quoting him on this. If you if you don't like a mod that's out, don't install it. Move on. If you don't like any of the mods that came out that day, don't install it. Don't install any of them. Just move on. You know, there's always something out there that is for. There's one thing out there on the mod hub that's for everybody. Um, if there's something that you like I said, don't install it. Move on. And and the other part that I'm going to quote from him is if you feel like that there's a mod that needs to be on the mod hub, please uh, feel free to learn how to mod and bring the mod in. You know, it's it's coming to that point where modders don't even want to make mods for all platforms anymore, and it's very sad. I know that someone that I told this to Donkey, someone told me that they reached out to me directly, and it told me that there's an easy solution behind this, and that's just have Giants make the game rated M for mature. So then, like younger people won't be able to play it. Like then you won't have that problem. Um, because I was speaking with Marcel, and they're getting a lot of backlash for this new expansion. A lot of backlash. Um, like a lot of negativity. Um, and do you know what the saddest part is about all the negativity that's going towards Giants right now?
What's that?
And it breaks my heart. It's the American community
Mm.
because they're all like really a UK map? Like, why not another American map? Like, what's so special about UK? And and they simply reply because our main office, and where we originate is in Germany. So they're based in the UK. They're they're overseas. So it's they do bring American stuff, but people just got to be patient. So
What this all really just kind
and
of boils down to is, if this sounds like no duh BDD, no duh Will, this all seems like common sense to you, we're not talking to you.
exactly.
If this is kind of hitting your ear and sounds revolutionary to you, like holy smokes, like this is a problem, or whatever the case may be, like something's kind of activating in your brain, take a moment to assess what it is that's going on and realize that, again, it's a small portion of the community. It's very small, but unfortunately, they're very loud. They're very loud in what it is that they're talking about. And instead of doing like what we do here on the show, which is either coming up with constructive criticism, or if there is something that needs to be discussed in a negative light, we couch it in a method of saying, hey, we're not doing this to be mean. It is not with that intention. It is with the intention of like trying to better the community, kind of thing. But what these people are doing, and what people are getting really fed up about, is that people are coming out and actually attacking the mods, attacking the creators, and making it out to where the stuff that we get to participate in for free as a like something that is just out there in like the ether kind of thing, that we're able to now grab and enjoy and have fun with, and give this game such legs and life that is beyond what we'd ever be able to have if the modding community didn't exist. It's one of those where the modding community is starting to get upset. The individual creators are starting to get to a point where they're going to be like, you know what? We're going to take our ball and go home, because it's not worth it. They don't get paid to do this stuff. There's some avenues of revenue that they can have, but we're not talking about, becoming independently wealthy or something like that. No, nothing. I mean, it's anything far from that. But the plain and simple is that because this is a passion project, because this is stuff that they do because they like to, if they have a bunch of people that are coming out that are sitting there and saying, well, do this better, do that better, you suck, you suck, you suck, kind of thing. Well, if all they're hearing is the negativity and not getting that positive reinforcement from the good people within the community, they're just going to take their stuff and leave. Or even worse, this is going to be the worst part about all of this, is that if they do keep the passion and the fire to actually continue the modding and just go off platform, go into third party, number one, that takes it away from all the platforms out there. So all the console players will be, in the lurch, even those people who have not done anything wrong. But the worst part about it is that then you're having to trust a third party site potentially that isn't going to accidentally make something go wrong on your PC or whatever the case may be. You're going to have to trust these websites that anybody could have access to. You don't know. You don't know. And it could mess something up. So there are some sites out there that are, run beautifully. There's no problems with them. All that's fine. But you have to know those sites, and you have to know what's going on. And it's just additional information that not everybody's going to spend the time to do. And again, that's only for PC players, PC and Mac players. So
Well,
everybody's poorer for it.
it's not just that. Like LR modding started doing it for a lot of his mods. So did Soldier's modding. There's a lot of other modders that do it now, and that's a paid wall. So you have to go through a Patreon to be able to get the mod. So you have to pay for it. Which, I mean, even custom modding does it now. It's one of those things where this is the route that it's going, and it's very bothersome. You know, and I know that Rough Like modding crew, and I have to agree with this. he came out and said it for everyone who supported us, gave us great feedback, let us know what's wrong, so we can fix it. Thank you for being there. You know, and he said for all the rest of you, like if you don't want to, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. Basically, um, he said a lot meaner way, so I'm not gonna repeat it. But no. Last thing before we move on here, just be respectful, please. And like I said, if you don't like the mods in our mod hub and you want a very specific mod, learn how to mod and make it yourself. That's the only thing. And if you can't, then don't bother people. Just don't. Because modders back in FS19 weren't taking mod requests, and it became too much because something wasn't right, something wasn't the way someone wanted it. So in FS22, they dwindled down, and now in FS25, no one takes mod requests anymore. No one. So, um, just be respectful, please.
Yep, absolutely. Like I said, if this is sounded like, hey, no dog guys, this, this isn't for you. None of this is for you. But if this happens to hit your ears, then take a moment to examine things and move on. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the show. First things first, we're going to get into the chat, though. I did have a comment from Rail Fanning Jonah, so unfortunately, Farmer Donkey, you were not the first to comment. But it did delete for some reason. I don't remember what it said. I'm pretty sure it said something along the lines of 1.3 this week has been a 5.0 kind of thing. So Jonah, if you're out there and you're listening, let us know exactly what you said because I don't have access to it anymore. But Farmer Donkey did say first, but wasn't quite. We'll go with the second though. Ken says, what up, people? What up, Ken? How you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Donkey says, hey to Ken. Ken says, hey to Donkey. Ken says, excited for new DLC. I am really excited about it. We're getting new animals. We're getting new products. We're getting new productions. We're getting new aquaculture. We're getting all this kind of stuff. There's certain things about it I could really kind of take or leave kind of thing. Like the whole fishing angle, I'm not too crazy about. I think that's going to be something that is going to be maybe 2 minutes, 3, maybe 5 of entertaining. Like, oh, hey, this is something new. And then, okay, never do it again kind of thing. So that's a me opinion. That's one of those that I think that's how it's probably most likely going to go down. But the downstreams of that, the fisheries, the aquaculture and all that kind of stuff, I think that's going to be cool. And it's going to be really nice to see kind of moving forward. Let's see.
I actually have something very very interesting that you'll like.
Let's hear it.
On that. So your salmon, right?
Mm-hmm.
So each thing. So when you bring when you bring your fish food, then you get your young trout, your young salmon. Then you can bring that to the like to the uh to the big water area. They can put them in. And they can get your normal trout and salmon. Trout sells for roughly about eight thousand $8,000 per 1,000 liter. Your salmon sells for double that.
Ka-ching.
So, and each box when it goes up on the pad, it's 2,000 liters for each box.
Dang.
So one box of salmon. Because I was just watching Dagger one actually. He's doing a series on it. He sold one box of salmon and he got almost $25,000 just for one box.
Very nice.
It's definitely worth it.
Money, 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 money.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where did I leave off? I think I left off with Samuel, how's it going, Samuel? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hey y'all, hey Samuel. Gary Miller, how you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic night. Says, hello everyone. Hello Gary. Bad Pumpkin, how you doing? Hope you're having a great one as well. Says, hey BDD, hey Bad Pumpkin. Pumpkin. Wow, it's gonna be one of those nights, y'all. Just buckle up, enjoy the ride. Samuel says, I like the mod for Farming Simulator. Absolutely. Ken says, hey to Samuel, Gary, and Bad Pumpkin. We got Samuel saying, crazy people mad for new mod for Farming. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, like I said, it's one of those that it's really sad, but hopefully we're able to, help out by just spreading the word. And, if people see it, just kind of, do your best to kind of point it out and say, hey, guys, calm down. Everything's going to be fine. Let's see. We got Swim Shady. How's it going, Swim? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says evening all. Ken says hey to Swim. Swim says hey to Ken. Ken says looking forward to the new DLC. Absolutely. Swim says yeah, it looks good. Swim says LOL. I just saw the double question mark. Thought you were talking to me, Ken. Ken says same here. From what I've seen with Giants have out themselves, it's better than Riverbend Springs. I think it's gonna be insane. I think it's going to be one of the best combos that we've seen from Giants because it's got Giants' backing, but it's Oxygen David who's doing a lot of the legwork and actually the design of it. So you're going to get that really nice combination of, Oxygen David's realism and bringing his flair to the game. And then Giants is going to have their kind of, ability to implement and put things in that wouldn't have been in the normal kind of mod maps kind of thing.
Every single content creator that's put out early access to that, who's put out content already, said that the new map is got to be the best and most detailed map that Giants have ever put out.
Yep,
So,
I don't doubt it. I haven't watched a bit of content in regards to it. I want to, when I get access to it, I want to be like fresh faced and, I don't want to be sullied with other people's, not to say that nobody else is like everybody's making great content out there. I just want to see it with fresh eyes kind of thing. So I've been purposely like not looking at it. Let's see. Swim says, yeah, it looks, nope, I read that already. Ken says, I was Swim Shady. She says, okay. And says, hey to Dave. Hey, Swim. Samuel says, 3 days left of my birthday on Wednesday, November the 5th. I'll be 27 years old. Samuel, I'll be 42 on the 8th. So this coming Saturday, I'm only a couple of days after your birthday, man. Another Scorpio. Very nice. Let's see. Samuel says, I'm ready, going out for food at Texas Roadhouse. Nice. Very, very nice, man. Hope you enjoy it. Hope you have a great dinner there. Have a,
I'll be there.
What's that?
Said I'll be there.
Have some good cinnamon bun rolls, and think of the show here. Let's see. We got Ken says, Samuel, are you still a young pup? We got Rail Fanning. Jonah says, okay, this is the comment Jonah left. It says, this is not a 1.3 weekend. It was a 5.0 weekend. Oof. I mean, considering what the 1.3 is standing for, I don't know if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm going to lean towards that being a bad thing. Ken says, 5.0 weekend. How come, Jonah? Jonah says, I got to run on a 17,000 square foot train layout. Oh, so no, that's actually a good thing. You're using the 5.0 as a good thing. Yeah, see, typically the higher the number there, Jonah, the worse it is. So you're talking about like a 0.1 meg kind of thing. All right, gentlemen, I'm all caught up with the chat. Do you all want to get in some mods here?
Yep.
All right.
Absolutely.
So let me make sure that we're sharing the screen here. Aha, perfect. All right, first thing is that we've got the first of many maps that we got this week. We got quite a few. I think we got 9 new maps this week. So buckle up and enjoy the ride. First one is going to be a map that I'm going to completely butcher the name for, called Des Kewi Dan. Yes, all that stuff. It is French, and guess what? Guess who didn't take French? This guy. by this, I believe it's by GeekWoo, 290.7 megabytes to download. And this map was definitely very interesting. Very much enjoyed it. I gave it a 4 out of 5 in regards to its score. I did enjoy it. So it's got a nice kind of mixture of small farm, big farm, medium farm. Like it's got pretty much everything in between. It's got a nice layout. It's got the ability to expand. The only thing that I didn't necessarily care for in regards to this map is that a lot of the elements were hidden behind the purchasing. So if you were to buy a farmland, then it would bring things to the foreground kind of thing. Then you would see what's hidden behind there. One of the biggest elements that I noticed is that there was a periphery area. I think it was, if we look at the map here, you can see if you were to purchase like this area right here in the middle, where my mouse is, a little hand, that there was like the periphery area. And it was hiding like 5 or 6 different sleep triggers on the western portion of the map. But it was a beautiful map. I thought it was really cool. It's got a lot of mods, unfortunately. So what kind of took it down a notch for me was the sheer number of required mods. As you can see here in the list, we've got, I think it was like 20, 21 mods. It was pretty up there. 23 mods. So yeah, quite a few mods. But outside of that, the only other thing was that kind of things hiding in the background. It makes it really hard to play on a map when a lot of the stuff is hidden and you're having to kind of guess where things are. You know, if you're not one into watching map tours, if you're not one in, you know, kind of finding out the information, these kind of maps are really hard for you because you're basically having to buy them. And if you find something behind it, you can't just sell it. Like, unfortunately, this isn't a map similar to like a Shamburgo where you can buy a plot of land, find that, okay, this plot of land has a production site on it, and then sell it back and get rid of it kind of thing. Unfortunately, you buy something on this map and it has a placeable on it, you can't sell it again. It's there, it's yours. So you're having to basically buy, test, back out if you don't want it, and then come back in and, you know, hope that your autosave isn't enabled. But for the most part, this is a very solid map, one that I would very much recommend for people to check out. Yeah, like I said, 4 out of 5. Farmer Donkey, what do you think of this one?
Well, first off, wow, there's a lot of required mods, but that's not a bad thing. I do like it. I really like looking at the pictures. I see the football pitch there, um, which I mean I like. Hopefully it's mobile, but it looks really nice. I haven't downloaded it yet, but definitely see it in my future.
And Will?
Well, you know, I actually feel like really, really ashamed because I would keep up to date every single video you ever put out. I've been so busy this week, dude. I still have 4 map tours to watch and the 3 map updates. So for you.
How dare you? You're not keeping up with my content? You should be ashamed. I'm so hurt. I'm disappointed. You cannot tell. There's a lot of sarcasm coming from this end of the
sarcasm in that. It definitely looks unique. I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this. It definitely looks like something that you could definitely try to give a whirl. I don't foresee myself playing on it. But if you're big into like maps kind of like that, like French kind of maps, then you're gonna love it. But for me, I don't know. It just doesn't give me the whole thing of hopping on there immediately to go play it. I think one of the biggest turnoffs for me for that was the 23 required mods.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those where, you know, when you've got a lot of required mods, it's definitely something that a lot of people kind of recoil about. especially, I don't know if you all have been experiencing this, but when downloading things from the mod hub here lately, I've been noticing that the mod hub has been like very sporadic in its speeds. Like sometimes it's like lightning
Mhm.
fast, and other times it's snail slow, like super,
I
super
just had that
slow.
problem.
What's that?
So I just had that problem. So I had an update that took forever. Then I laid back out of the game, came back in, and then updated, and I updated the rest of them, and they flew right through.
Yep.
So
So when you've got maps that have this kind of setup where it's the map itself and it's only like 300 megabytes, which is about average for a decent map, but then you've got some 20 plus mods to go through. Sometimes the mods will scream through, but then you get one of those mods like the Modern House set, by Red Phoenix as a perfect example. That is a monster of a mod. If I remember right, it's like 130 megabytes in file size because it's tons and tons and tons of houses. And really, there's another one here by Leo. Again, very typically, that's a pretty high download all of itself. So when all these things are adding up, you're talking that this 300 meg map is probably, when everything's all said and done, probably 6, 7, 8, even 900 megabytes. It's a big set, when everything's said and done. And if you're getting these, chunks of mods that are, this mod might go fast, this mod might go really slow, and especially if it's a really big file size to it, like I could see the frustration with that. Now, me personally, if everything's all fine and dandy, you're not having any issues with the mod hub or anything like that, then it tends to be fine. Like I'm personally not as staunch as I used to be when it comes to required mods. I used to be like, no, I can't stand a lot of required mods. In optimal situations, not a big deal. But I can see people getting frustrated about that. Moving on, we've got the next map here, Panhandle Cap Rock by Taylor Manross, 147.42 megabytes to download. And we've got us a little Texas map here, but this is not the Big Flats, Texas of FS22 days. No, no, no. This actually has a bit of characteristic and a little bit of a little bit of whimsy to it. Now, this one I gave a 3.5 out of 5. I did enjoy this one. I thought it was a very nice representation of, of Texas because it wasn't just for the most part flat kind of thing. And again, I'm using Big Flats, Texas as kind of my barometer here because that's the only other Texas map I can think off the top of my head that was available on the Mod Hub. And this one, like I said, it's got some flair to it. It's actually got some stuff going on with it. But the reasons I gave it kind of a 3.5 out of 5 was because there was some unrefined things that needed to be kind of polished up on this map, if I remember it correctly. But again, there's a lot of like really good bases here. So up in the north, specifically in the northwest, that's where your main farm is located, and you have some good hills and undulations to look at. You've got some nice color palettes. It's not really kind of poppy and colorful in the most parts, but once you get down to the southern portion of the map, it gets a bit more flatter, a bit more kind of build it yourself kind of area. There's like a big grassland in the southwest, directly south of your starting farm. And you can kind of see it here if we kind of hover over this kind of a southwestern portion. That's a big wide open area that you have to kind of basically develop. The southeast portion, that's like the main town area. And I'm not huge when map makers do this personally, which is also why I kind of lowered the grade on this one. But still, a solid map. Basically, in the Southwest, that's the entirety of like the sell points and everything that you're really kind of going for, production-wise and all that. So it's one of those that, like, it definitely had some good bones, in my opinion, but needs some tweaking here and there. Farmer Donkey, what do you think of this one?
So I kind of like it. It kind of has that feel for everybody. Um, you have that build your own farm area. You have the very symmetrical fields that some people like, and then you got the ones that are really kind of conforming to the terrain around them. So you got a good mixture of all the different fields and types of play. Like yeah, all the sell points are grouped up in one area. But in Texas, I can see that because all of your sell points are going to be in town versus out in the farmland area. So I like it, and it's not just flat. So big selling point there. I agree with having undulations in the field. Like I have never seen a perfectly flat piece of land wherever I'm at. But yeah, so I definitely give it a whirl.
And Will?
Well, I can tell you that I've never played uh, uh what was it, Flat Texas
Big Flats, Texas.
or something like that. Yeah. I never played that. Um, I'm more that kind of guy that likes that likes undulations, that like hills, like farm on hills, like it just feels like farming's more in depth when you do that. It does look like a very good map. I mean, it does have some forestry on it. Of course, it's got fields. It's got a mixture, just like the donkey said, a mixture of everything. Um, I personally wouldn't play on it. It's just I also like a map that's full of detail, and I know because from the screenshots, it doesn't really look like it's filled with detail. It's just a bunch of trees with your farm. So yeah, it'd be a pass for me. The first map that we went over got a 3.5 star rating by 99 people, and this one got a 4.1 by 87. So
Yeah, so this one, the other reason why it kind of got knocked down compared to the first one is that the amount of details, like you pointed out. If you look at, let's see, it's this one, the last screenshot here. Looking at the starting farm, it's basically that plunk factor. I always say, like, there are times when map makers will sit there and they'll just kind of put something down, but not really kind of dress it up, kind of thing. And you can see it very much in this screenshot to where you've got the house, a couple of buildings, and the silo, and that's it. But there's not much in the way of deco that's around the main starting farm. It's the same thing when you go to the shops and stuff like that. There's not much in the way of decoration out there, so it just feels empty. It basically feels like you just put things down without having like lived in. The first one, it didn't have that. Like you had details, you had custom buildings, you had all this kind of custom work done to it, which is why it got a higher rating than this one here. This one, because of that kind of emptiness that is there, like the hills and undulations, in my opinion, in the north, really saved this map. If it wasn't for those, this would have gotten an even lower grade. Because if this was like Big Flats, Texas, where everything was very much that kind of flat feel to it, it has that nice little river feature on the map as well. Without those things, this would have gotten knocked down even further. But those things definitely bumped it back up in my opinion. But yeah. Moving on to our next one here, we got Lindsay, Montana by Poor Boy Modding and Bruce's Gaming. I was so stoked to see that name pop up there. 113.37 megabytes to download, and this one I thought was rather interesting. This one, at the end of the day, I gave a 3.5 out of 5. Again, I am so excited that I saw Poor Boy coming on because, as far as I was aware, I thought he walked away from modding, creating maps and stuff like that. So when I saw Poor Boy, I was immediately excited. And this one, for me personally, is not my favorite map, but I could see the appeal of it. It's got almost a no man's land feel, while still at the same time having stuff there. Like it's kind of a weird combination of things. So looking at the map real quick, on the eastern portion of the map, east of this main road here, you've got a ton of forestry and all this kind of stuff that's out there. It's all very much in the mountains and stuff. And kind of weirder still, this one kind of threw me for a loop. In the very northeast corner of the map, there's a mine and it's just kicking out a bunch of stones. The problem is, if you got this river that runs, throughout the eastern portion of the map going north and south, there's no way to get to this mine at all. There's no river crossing. There's a ferry down in the south portion of the map. It's basically going from this kind of selling area that's down in the southeast to the main portion of the rest of the map. It doesn't take you up to this northeast portion of the map. So you're going to have to make your way over to it, building a bridge, terraforming, whatever the case may be. You're going to have to figure out a way to get over to it. So that was an interesting kind of feature that I wasn't expecting on the map. But for the most part, it's a very bare bones basic map. You've got a kind of sell point up in the north portion of the map. You got a couple of production areas down here in the southeast corner. That's it. You got a house here. It's right next to a lake. And then you've got some storage down in the south on the west side of the river there, where a lot of your starting equipment is. You got some more starting equipment over by the shop and stuff like that. But, I mean, again, is not my cup of tea because the most part, this is a pretty flat map. The fields are very flat. They're very big, as you can see. Massive fields. And they're very squared off. So it's one of those that even though this is a poor boy map, it's one of those that it just didn't speak to me personally. But again, so stoked. And I hope that we get to see more from Poor Boy because, there was so many maps from Poor Boy and FS22 that really were like awesome maps and had a lot of cutting edge features, a lot of things done with the production chains and all that stuff. I hope we get to see more from him. We'll see. I don't know. Will might have some additional information on that, but we'll kind of go from there. Donkey, what do you think of this map?
I mean, it's ready for the next ad. So,
Yes.
But that's not my style of play. I'm not a big fan of the squared off fields. It just doesn't seem natural to me. I mean, great work on the map, but unfortunately, I will not be downloading this map.
And Will?
Well, I mean, Donkey's not necessarily wrong. I don't necessarily per se like square fields either. I kind of like fields that are like oddly shaped. I like doing most of the work myself. So, and whenever I can do the work myself and it's not a squared off field, I don't know, it just makes it feel more alive, I think. So most definitely would not be a map for me. It is good to see Poor Boy modding making a return and helping with this map. Yeah, I do not have any additional information about Poor Boy modding. I haven't really heard from them at all. So
Yeah, like I said, I would love to see more from Poor Boy. It's one of those where he made a lot of really solid, especially forestry maps. But yeah, we'll see. Guess we'll see how things go. Maybe he's taking the lay low kind of approach. All right, moving on. We've got our first mod non-map, the Crawler Truck Pack by CarlTG, 35.38 megabytes to download. And we've got a couple things in this pack. We've got the CT550, the FT300, the LB320, the LT450, TP 580 and the UT 500. Holy smokes, we got a lot of stuff in this. A lot of stuff. Appears to me, and I haven't downloaded this, but it looks like trucks and trailers for the most part. We've got prices for the truck here and the changing system of 95,450 horsepower to 600. There's really no good comparable with this one, so this is going to be one that I'm not going to use as comparable. But yeah, you've got the FT300, looks like that's part of the changes. Like you got changing system, then you got trailers. So I mean, It looks cool. Like this definitely has like a really cool look to it. Almost reminds me. Actually, here's a good image of it right here. So it looks like you got the truck. You've got a trailer that will hook up to it, like attachers will. Looks like you got several different bunks to it. So you've got a actual tipper trailer, a tanker, log trailer, and then a flat deck trailer. So based on this, it looks like almost that you can hook this all up and onto the truck, and it looks like the truck has a winch too, so that's cool. And then the trailer itself will hook up to these individual components as well. So almost looks like a quote unquote precursor to like a TLX, like the X, I think it's the X2 connections kind of thing. But I mean, overall, I like it. I think this is kind of cool looking. It reminds me of like a Hummer, like the original Hummer kind of thing, that big, broad, stocky kind of thing. This very much looks like almost Russian, maybe, like definitely Eastern European. To me, I have no idea what this is based off of. Does this say anything in the? Not really. Yeah, this
Um,
this definitely looks
I
interesting to me.
uh, I do know that it is based off of a military vehicle. That I do know.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely looks like I said. This looks like either Eastern European, Russian, Ukraine. Like this looks like somewhere over there, kind of thing. So it does have that kind of style to it. Um, but yeah, no, I think it looks awesome. And I mean, 35, almost 36 megabytes. That's a bit much for me, but you do get a lot of stuff with this. You get, the individual trailers, the connectors, the truck itself. So really, all in all, it's not that much considering everything that you're getting in this whole pack. It's like an entire system that you're getting here. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, Donkey, what do you think of this one?
Um, so actually, I know the truck that this is pretty well based off of.
Ooh, let's hear it.
Um, so this is one of the first vehicles that I ever drove in the army. Um,
Really?
yeah. Uh, it's a truck made by, I believe it's Oshkosh is who makes it, but it would be a Hemet platform that we would use. But I drove a fuel truck that was this exact same type system. I mean, shorten the engine area a little bit more, and it's a nail on the head. Um, but I think I like it just because of that, a little bit of nostalgia. Um, but I was looking at the different attachments for it, the different, I guess, trailers, and they're quite affordable for how much they hold. But I like it. It looks like it's got a winch on the front. I'm gonna end up downloading it.
Excellent, excellent. And I would have never pegged this as like an American vehicle. And you said this is by Oshkosh, as in like
Uh,
Oshkosh Bagosh, the clothing company for kids.
yeah, exactly. Um, but yeah, it definitely looks like one that we still use. Well, maybe a little older of a model. Um, but yeah, it's definitely a similar system that we use today.
Hmm. Well, I would have never have guessed that. I was almost certain that this was something from Europe, Eastern Europe. But hey, I am very happy to be proven wrong on that one. Will, what do you think of this?
Um, well, I think it's very interesting. It's definitely very unique. That I do know. Um, is it something that I would install? Uh, Probably not. I mean, I personally wouldn't really find use for it. I mean, if someone out there does find use for it, like, good for you, man. Like, but for me, I literally would find no use for it. So, uh, yeah, it would be a hard pass for me. And don't get me wrong, it looks fantastic though.
What I do like about this is there's actually a farm that's not even like 2 minutes away from my house, And it reminds me of that farm because that farm utilizes a lot of old decomped military equipment around the farm itself to do like specific things around it. So I'll see these like old decommissioned military vehicles just chugging around their farm all the time. They're just sitting there just doing whatever they got to do. Um, and it's funny because I've actually like seen them close up, and I've seen the actual farmer themselves like make their own like modifications to the equipment to be able to make it more purpose driven for the farm itself. And it's like, man, what an awesome use for like old military vehicles is to just utilize them around the farm. Because I mean, yeah, if they got the right, tires and stuff on them, I mean, who's to say they're not going to be able to haul stuff around or to do some of the legwork there on the farm? I thought it was a really cool thing, and he's got like
Um,
probably half a dozen or so different sets of equipment like that, like old towing trucks and all that stuff. Just like I said, all just kind of decomped, and you're just kind of running around the farm. What was that, Will?
um, well, I did look it up on WillTG's Facebook page. And he said that this vehicle is based off of the MAZ 537 military truck.
Makes sense to me.
So
All right. Next one we've got is the Twine and Bale Wrap Storage by Missy B. 0.2 megabytes to download, so next to nothing. And it is $5,000 to buy. It holds up to 250 pallets. Now, this I thought was very interesting. I actually really like this mod because number one, it's stupid simple. It's really, really simple, and I love the whole KISS technique that this applies to. Keep it simple, stupid. And this is epitome of it. So this is just a storage, but it's intended for your bale and wrap. So I mean, it's definitely got that kind of European, like the UK look to it. That kind of green barn that we're used to seeing on a lot of the kind of European style buildings and stuff. But I don't care. This thing is still really cool. It's very purpose driven, not only because of the UK styling, but it's also very purpose driven because of the type of stuff that you're going to be able to put into it. Now, I don't know if it's technically restricted to only accept the bale and twine. Like I know there's certain storages out there that'll only take bales or they'll only take pallets. Like they work it out somehow in the code to where it will only take one or the other. I don't know if this is restricted in that regard. My guess is based on the name that it is, but again, could be wrong about that. But again, simple, easy, to the point. 250 pallets, which is going to be an absolute metric ton. If it is just limited to just your bale and twine. I mean, that's going to keep you rock and rolling for quite some time, but all in all, I think this is very solid. And for 0.2 megabytes, you can't go wrong. You just can't. So, Donkey, what do you think?
I mean, I hope it's not limited to just twine and bale wrap, because yeah, that would be a lot of bale wrap. Um, but I mean, I like it. I probably won't use it just because I don't buy the pallets um, as much. But I mean, if it holds bales also, I mean 5,000. That's really cheap for 250 pallets or bales. Um, I might download it just to check that, but other than that, I don't know if I'd use it.
And Will, what do you think?
well, for starters, I mean, I can answer all of your questions right here, right now, actually. Um, so,
Being the FS Encyclopedia,
um,
I'd certainly hope so.
so the so yes, it does take, of course, net and twine, bell wrap. It does not accept bales. Um, it will accept seeds, but it will not accept big bag. So like your pallet seeds, basically. Um,
Okay.
Okay.
look, like it's kind of like your big bag pallet seed, but it's not like the big bag. It kind of looks like a pallet, but it's a bag.
Yep.
Um, so it'll take that. If you, I know when I tried to put like a pallet of mozzarella cheese in there, it wouldn't take it. So it is kind of limited, which stinks. But I mean, for literally less than a megabyte, you can't really complain too much. I mean, this is especially if you play that realistically like me, because I always buy net and twine to refill everything. So it will also accept Bell Rapid as well. So
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, like I said, I think it's solid. Moving on, we've got the White Brick Farm by Rajo G Play, 68.62 megabytes to download, and we've got a few things here. We got the cattle barn with it looks like it'll take up to 60 cows for $180,000. We got the garage, 10 by 32 meters, $80,000 for that. It's got the 4 sliding gates and the 2 rolling gates. So pretty decent size. We got this small shelter, 7 by 14, 25,000, and a large shelter, 7 by 28 for 40,000. All in all, we've got a really nice set here. I mean, Rajo G Play makes some really awesome mods. This is no exception. I mean, very highly detailed. I love the kind of brickwork on the outside, the contrasting red roof, and the red sliding barn doors. I mean, this is solid. This is a very solid. The only thing that I will complain about in regards to this is the size. Near 70 megabytes for all this. So you're talking the cattle barn, the garage, and the 2 other shelters there. So you're talking 4 total items for about 70 megabytes. You can see where every single megabyte's going. You can see every single one. It's very highly detailed. It looks great. You've got a bunch of deco on the inside, which kind of brings a little bit of life to the mod itself. So it's solid. It's really solid. But again, that file size is just an absolute killer to me. It's few and far between where I can see myself downloading mods like this because of that file size difference. But taking a look at our kind of closest comparable, and really we're only going to kind of focus on that cow barn. Let's see. Whoops. Nope. Got to push the right button combination. There we go. So taking a look at our cow barn, we can have, 60 cows in this, I believe. So
it's like 61 or 62 when you place it down. So
gotcha. So does this put out milk by chance? Or is this just a beef barn?
no, this does put out milk.
Does put out milk. Okay, so closest comparable we're going to have is going to be, looks like the Horman Cow Barn. That is going to be for 50 cows, but $254,000 is how much that's going to cost us. So that's a big price differential. Looking at the mod here, it's $180,000 for 60. So you're talking, you're going to get 10 more cows for about, what is that? So 20, this is about $70,000 less than what we get in base game. But again, very highly detailed, it looks very, very good in my opinion. So all in all, it's going to be a pass for me because of the megabyte size. But I mean, it's one of those that I could definitely kind of be twisted, have my arm twisted because it looks so darn good. Donkey, what do you think?
I love it. Like it's not just the cow barn. You got the sheds and the garage that go along with it. I'm definitely going to be downloading it. I can kind of plan out what I would do with it here in the future, but yeah, definitely going to be a download for me.
Will, what do you think?
Well, I mean, no, it looks absolutely fantastic. It has great textures to it, great building. All the buildings are. It has great lighting on the inside. There is a hayloft in there, but there's no ladder up there, so you're gonna have to actually use like a some sort of vehicle to get up there, a telehandler or something like that. Which does stink, but the where you feed the cows, it's very narrow. So like wide tires, you might be okay, but twin wheels, you'll never fit. So, I mean, overall, it is going to be a pass for me. This is not really my kind of style of building. So,
Gotcha. All right. Next one we have is the Deutzfahr pack by Just Farming, 28.11 megabytes to download. And we got the Series 6C. Has things like left and right doors, rear windows, sunroof terminal, steering wheel, sun visor, passenger seat, mirrors, and engine hood. Got various configurations. It is a small tractor for $85,000, and then you got the 7250 TTV. That is $184,000 and is going to be 224 horsepower. So taking a look at our comparables here. Let's see, for small tractors, 126 horsepower is what we're aiming for. So looks like gonna be, oh, that's gonna put us into the Iseki TJW territory there. As you can see, 123 horsepower, $92,000 to buy, compared to the small tractor there at $85,000 and 126 horsepower. So the mod is going to give us 3 extra horses and is going to cost about $7,000 less than the Iseki. So that's nice, number one. Then looking at the second one, which is under the medium tractors. So let's go ahead and check that out. And the horsepower is 224. So that's going to put us, let's see, that's going to be Case Puma AFS Connect territory at 224 horsepower. So it's going to be a like for like on the horsepower, but the prices. The Deutzfahr is $184,000. This is $239,500. So you're going to be saving quite a bit off of the power band there. So you're talking, what is that? That's going to be about 50-ish grand less than what you're going to be paying for that case. I mean, overall, I like this. I like this a lot. Normally, when it comes to tractors, I look for about 25 megabytes is around my cap, what I kind of think is acceptable. We're getting 2 tractors for 28 megabytes. 2. That's pretty good. And you get all the bells and whistles along with it. You get the windows, the doors, the engine bays, and all that kind of stuff for 28 megabytes. Sign me up all day and night. I mean, yeah, this is Deutzfahr. I mean, it's not a brand that I'm, particularly fond of or loyal to kind of thing, but I don't care. I don't care. This is awesome. This is fantastic. If you're working on a kind of a European map or, some along those lines, this will fit right in. Every all day, every day kind of thing. So, yeah, this is a good one for me. Sign me up. Donkey, what do you think?
I like it. Definitely with all the bells and whistles adding to any role play aspect that you're going to be doing. Awesome. I think they did a really good job with these tractors. And yeah, I mean, with the price discount just for switching to this, definitely worth the download.
And Will, what do you think?
oh, I can tell you that they definitely look fantastic, and Just Farming. I mean, well, he gives you 2 options, so you can either select basic or full. So you get your basic animations or you get your full animation. Basically, what basic is that you just narrow it down so it's simple. So just like your doors, your back window. Your full means like your front hood and everything, basically. Which like is a really nice feature that he has in the tractors. Just like you though, there, community. I'm not like loyal to Toys Part. I mean, they look like really good tractors, but it is going to pass for me only because I don't really use Toys Part that often. So
Gotcha. And all right, next one we have is the New Holland TM175 190 by AZ Bunker and CR82, 86.52 megabytes to download. And it looks like we got the main kind of unit here, the TM175 and 190. That power is starting at 175 and is $82,000. There's also the 175 190 Super Steer. Again, same horsepower. It's just an extra, what is that, $5,000, $6,000. Not quite sure why, but it is a little bit extra. Yeah, I mean, we've got a couple of old school New Hollands, is what this looks like to me. And taking a look at our closest comparables here, we're talking for 175 horsepower. That's going to put us towards the bottom end of, let's see. Yeah, that's going to put us in Zator Crystal HD territory there. So you're talking for the Zator, you're going to get 171 horsepower and for $130,000. Now, looking at this, you've got 175 horsepower for the mod, so that right off the bat, you're starting out with an extra 4 horses. But the price difference, again, it's the price difference. $82,000 for the mod, $130,000 for the Zator. So you're talking that's what, around 50-ish grand, almost $50,000 that you're going to save. Even off of the more expensive version, the Super Steer, you're still almost, $40,000 on that one.
Yeah.
But, and here's where it comes in. It's that file size. That file size is nearly 87 megabytes. 87 megabytes. And you're getting 2 tractors, but it's essentially the same tractor. It's just branded differently. I mean, yeah, I cannot sign up on this one like I could the Deutzfahr on the previous one. Nearly 80 megabytes, or I'm sorry, nearly 90 megabytes, and yeah, I'd like it. I think it's a great old school looking tractor. It's got a nice little look to it, but yeah, I cannot sign up for that file size. So, Donkey, what do you think?
Well, I'm not particularly loyal to any brand. So I more look at what's available for me to use at the time when I'm playing. I do like that it does go the 32 miles an hour as far as max speed. You probably have to pay a little bit more because I see the 2 different speeds there in the description. But I can't get around that big of a download for basically one tractor with just different configurations. So it's going to be a pass here.
And Will?
Well, for basically being one tractor, but in the sense of 2, and being 80 megabytes, so I definitely agree. It's definitely a pass for me. And it's also a new house, so that's almost an instant pass for me. So there are maybe a select few New Hollands, like New Holland vehicles and tools or mods that I would install, but like I said, it's a very select few, and this is not one of them. So
Moving on, we got the Ropa Panther 2 by Hispano, 60.95 megabytes to download. We have a price point starting at $375,000, 700 horsepower, and capacity starts out at 30,000, goes all the way up to 500,000 liters. And it also comes with the actual header attachment to it, $54,000 for that at 2.7 meters. We've got us a little beet harvester. Not even little, I mean, it's a decent sized unit. But, I mean, 61 megabytes. 61 megabytes. Me personally, I don't do enough, root crop harvesting to really start getting seriously invested into some of these harvesters and stuff, especially at that kind of megabyte size. Now, I will say the 500,000 liter capacity does have my interest because let's face it. What's that?
So of course it does.
I mean, in all fairness, I think everybody out there is like, you know what? I'm sick and tired of this machine filling up in one pass. One little strip, and then all of a sudden it's full, and I got to unload it and take it out to the sell point and all that stuff. To load back and forth, and all that stuff when it comes to root crop harvesting. So yeah, having 500,000 liter capacity, I'm interested in that. I'm definitely interested in that. But taking a look at our comparables here, I believe it would be under. Let's see. There we go. It'd be under our beet harvesters. We do have the Ropa Tiger 6S in base game. This is the Ropa Panther 2, so they are different. The Ropa Panther we'll use as our comparable. $699,000. I mean, yeah, you know what? That's really not a good comparable because we do have the Homer. But I mean, there's really what, 10 grand difference, 15 grand a difference. So really, it doesn't matter in that regard. So taking a look, $375,000 for the mod. The Ropa Panther Tiger is $699,000. So you're going to be saving like half the price, almost. What is that? 300K right off the bat. So that's nice. 700 horsepower for the Panther compared to the Tiger's 796. So you're losing out on 96 horsepower, but you're splitting hairs at that point. And capacities. The Tiger is 43,000 liters. The Panther is 30,000 liters. So you are losing out, but you have the option of bumping it up. So overall, it's a big savings. You're only missing out on about 13,000 liters of capacity, but you have the options to bump it up. And the working with, does this say working with? It doesn't, does it? Because it comes separately with the header. Combination 4 meters. So the Panther here is about, what is that? 1.3 meters smaller in regards to it, but it's also going to save you a little bit of cash as well because the header portion of it is $54,000 compared to the Ropa's $79,000. So you're going to save money regardless, but you are getting a smaller unit for capacity and working with. So, but you're saving quite a bit. I don't know. For 61 megabytes, though, I don't do root crops enough to make this worth it for me. So this is going to be a pass for me. Donkey, what do you think?
Oh, I mean, I occasionally do root crops. Like the price there is very tempting, being almost half as expensive. But I think unless I'm doing strictly a root crop playthrough, it's going to be a pass for me.
And Will, what do you think?
Well, I don't do enough root crops to install it in any means at all. But I mean, if it is something up your alley, by all means, get it. And when you said that that really everyone out there, well, when they do root crops, they don't like doing one pass and they have an empty, right?
Mm-hmm.
For me, because and everyone who watches my live stream would know this, that I do play realistically. So it's one of those things where I will not use unrealistic capacities. So I don't care if it takes me 5 hours in real time to do it. Just pardon me for I'm grabbing a Bree actually made these homemade um banana nut muffins.
Yum.
So so
All right. Next one we got is the front tools with tension belts. Oh, why is it not clicking? Pack. This is by Chris S. and Riley S. 3.83 megabytes to download. And we've got a whole bunch of our front loader tools that will be supported by strapping them down with tension straps. I think this is awesome. This is absolutely awesome. Makes it to where you're able to then, and it's not even limited to front loaders. It looks like it's loaded to actually all front tools. You can see the screenshot from the first one here, where it's got all sorts of different, like the front loader, the telehandler, the wheel loader, and the skid steer. So looks like this is supported by everything, but it comes with tension straps, every single thing. So you got your pallet fork, you got your wood forks, or your wood clamp, like all this stuff. That's awesome. I love it. Even the wheel loader with the big wood grab on it has tension belts on it. That's awesome. you want that little extra security and making sure that your stuff is going to stay where you expect it to stay, this is going to be something that is going to be good for you. I always like these kind of mods because you get like a pallet fork is a perfect example, and you go to pick up your pallets, and then you just so happen to get that one pallet that's just skittering off or doesn't want to stay on the fork itself, kind of thing. This will help kind of lock it down, kind of thing. I love it. I love this mod. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and bam, click that download button right here right now, because I don't think I actually installed this on the first go round. But yeah, this is a good one. And you're talking for less than 4 megabytes to download, having the extra ability to strap things down. I don't think that this is too outside the realm of realism, because there's nothing that says that you can't use a pallet fork and then get a ratchet strap and throw it down in real life, kind of thing, to make sure that it's going to be secured onto the forks or anything like that. Is it going to be, something that a lot of people do in real life? Probably not. People are more interested in time and they're wanting to, slap things through. But I could see, a specific load or specific occasion needing something like this. So why not? Donkey, what do you think?
So I only have one real question about this. A lot of it's pretty straightforward, but do the pallet forks or bale spikes still have collision on them? So can I use them regularly, or do I have to use the straps?
You
That's
can use them
going to be the
regularly.
decide. I can use them regularly. Oh,
Yeah.
then yeah, like to fix the giants not including friction when you're picking up pallets or bales. Yeah, I would definitely download this.
That is the best description I think I've ever heard being claimed against bale spikes and pallet forks. I love it. Will, what do you think?
It's definitely something unique. It's something very, very different. And sorry, I'm trying to focus right now, but my wife is being a goofball in the background. The it is definitely something very, very unique. Babes. um, the I feel like it. I mean, it is kind of realistic, because if you think about it, in real life, you can actually hook up like a tension belt to a front bucket. You can hook it up to a pallet fork, to be able to hold something down. Like, you can. So it is one of those things that I do find it very intriguing. When I install it, maybe. Um, but that's just a big old baby though. So
One of the coolest things in regards to the modders themselves, Chris and Riley, is that this is a father and son duo. And oftentimes where the inspiration comes from, and you'll know this based on the farm sim talk I did with Chris S. He said that, hey, his son has a problem, and then all of a sudden he goes to try and solve it, kind of thing, and it leads to really unique and creative things like this. I think this is one of the coolest things, is the ability to identify an issue and then come up with the solutions for that issue. And I think Chris and Riley are like two of the best when identifying issues and coming up with the solutions for said issues. You look at the Colossus, the harvesting pack. I mean, that thing there has so much in it that, I know Will is whinging right now. It's okay. It's okay. But I mean, think about it. It's one of those that, if you want to be able to just farm, if that's what your goal is, then that's the solution to it. There's other things, the adjustable weight pack that Chris S came out with. Chris and Riley S came out with. Though that is again another unique solution to a problem. If you've got a weight that isn't going to be big enough for the tool downstream, kind of thing, but it's good for the one that you're working on at the moment, well, then normally you'd have to go out and buy a second weight, a third weight, a fourth weight to be able to compensate for whatever job it is you're doing around the farm. Well, with that, you don't have to. You just adjust the scale, and there you go. You've got a weight that is suitable to all your applications around the farm. That is awesome. Again, this is awesome because it found an issue, solved an issue. I like it. Moving on, we've got the Flegel SDS Low Loader Pack by HR Forst and Fasugbao, 5.1 megabytes to download, and we got a couple of different front low loaders here. We got the 2-axle for 55,000 and a 3-axle for 55,000, and hey, we got a low loader. It's what it is. Personally, I don't do a lot of low loading, but when I do, I want to be able to do it in style, and it looks like this one kind of accomplishes that, especially for 5 megabytes. You're talking less than 6 megabytes. Yeah, why not? Why not install this? Because I think it's got a good look to it. Now, taking a look at it, we do have the 2-axle and 3-axle version of this. Now they're both, 55 grand, which is kind of a shame considering that the 2-axle version of the Demco that we have in base game here is 46,500, but the triple axle version of the Load King is 59,500. So for a dual axle, you're going to be spending more money, but for a triple axle, you're spending less money. But it's not much in either direction. You're talking, what is that, about 9 grand for the 2-axle? You're going to overspend for this, and you're going to be saving about $3,500 for the 3-axle version of this. So overall, it's nice. It's nice. It gives you an option. Now it's definitely a European manufacturer, the Flegel. So you're going to be, more at home over with like a European map and fit in quite nicely over there. But for the most part, it is what it is. I would install this. Absolutely. Donkey, what do you think?
I actually like the fact that they put the ramps to get into the upper deck as far as driving up there. A lot of modders don't put those there, and you have to get a little creative when trying to get something on the upper deck, vehicle-wise. I mean, for 5 megabytes, yeah, I could definitely see me using this. It does look like the tractors fit pretty well on there. Little narrow for that baler that they got up on that upper deck, but other than that, I definitely can see me using it.
I want to know just how much time they spent trying to set up that screenshot for that baler combination that they have up there. I don't know. that seems like something they probably spent a little bit of extra time trying to get just right. So, just curious. Will, what do you think?
Well, I don't really typically use low loaders. If I did, then I would use one for custom modding, which is the Landall, which isn't even out yet. Working on it. But I can definitely see this being used on like a multiplayer map, like on that new DLC for Private Gift, like on the King Lad deals map that's coming with the new expansion. If you're playing on multiplayer, I can definitely see this. You can just have someone like at the dealership and you buy a vehicle and they can bring it to you. But no, Flegel's definitely not an American brand, so the chances of you seeing this like in the States would be like slim to zero. So it would be a pass for me though.
Gotcha. Next one we got is the Seed Production Plant by Gamers Fish and Bala. Yes. Fish. 9.79 megabytes to download, and we've got a price starting at $35,000. So our inputs would be wheat, herbicide, and water, and output is seeds. You also got another recipe for barley herbicide and water, and we also have a third for oats herbicide and water. So 3 separate recipes for this. Everything is going to be putting out seeds. It's not that bad when all things considered, because you put in 1,000 wheat, 100 herbicide, and 250 water, and you get 1,000 seeds. So you are losing a bit of product, but I mean, it's not that much when everything's said and done. overall for 35 grand, that's a pretty decent price. Now, the only downside I will say in regards to this is that you need a lot of real estate to put this up. It's a pretty decent sized building, so you're going to be taking up a lot of space in order to just have one output of seeds. But for the most part, seeds are a good product to be able to make in and utilize them for resale. Especially with these products, with the wheat, barley, and oats, you are able to get a decent amount. Oats, not so much, because you tend to get a little bit better pricing in oats. But I think that the seed still outpaces it slightly. But wheat and barley, you certainly can outpace very easily with making and then purchasing, or making and selling seeds. So overall, depending on what the kind of production rate is on this is a pretty good one. Overall, I think this is definitely worth a download. For 10 megabytes, it's got definitely a good solid look to it. Pretty good detail. I like all the kind of attachments for the what are those, like the different kind of siloing features that are on this building, being able to bring things in and out of the building, and then having the final kind of output hopper on the outside building here. So yeah, all in all, I think this is a pretty solid one. Again, I'm going to hit that download button. Donkey, what do you think?
I absolutely love all the detail that they put into this. All the shoots, the catwalk there, looks fantastic. You can actually picture this factory working. Well, at least I can.
Oh yeah.
But like, it's not just a building with a bunch of triggers just put around it. So love that. Would I download it? Probably not, unless I'm working on a bigger map. But yeah, it's just not my gameplay, but I absolutely love the mod.
Understandable. Will, what do you think?
Well, it definitely looks like a very decently sized building, especially being detailed. I definitely agree. That's not just like a building you just slap some chairs on and then say, there you go. For me, it will be a pass only because if I want to make seeds, I'm just going to use what they added in the patch 1.13, I think it was. Where they added all the AGI stuff in, putting the seed tender.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just use that, honestly. And also, listen, I deeply apologize if you hear me coughing or stuff in the background.
How dare you?
So, I'm sorry.
We will never forgive you for sitting there and coughing and being sick in the background. How dare you? How dare you? Next one is the large tine harrow. What's that?
Well, I mean, I guess you can blame everybody that goes into Walmart, except probably got it from somebody there.
Next one we have is the large tine harrow. This is a cultivator by Arm Hale, and it's 3.35 megabytes to download. $14,000 to buy. 80 horsepower is required. 5.5 meter working width, and yeah, all in all, it's a pretty nice looking mod. It's definitely got that kind of interesting, drag tine look to it, which I always appreciate. I think that's kind of cool. Taking a look at our closest comparables here under cultivators. Oops. There we go. Some reason the game is absolutely not liking me at the moment. But taking a look, we've got, wrong button. There we go. Cultivators. Now we're cooking with gas. 5.5 meters is going to put us into, it's going to put us into the Treffler TGA 560 territory. $36,000 to purchase that, and 5.6 meter working width. So that right there is going to be about 0.1 meters larger than the mod here. Required horsepower of the mod is 80 horsepower, to where the Treffler here is 200 horsepower. So it's going to be a big savings on horsepower, and you're also going to be saving a lot in the price tag. The Treffler here is $36,000 compared to $14,000 for the mod. So less than 4 megabytes to download, and the only thing you're losing on this really is 0.1 meters. Yeah, I could see this one. Definitely sign me up for that one. Donkey, what do you think?
I mean, the only thing negative I would have to say about this is it is really pushing the limits of driving down the road. Oh
That
man, I would hit so many AI traffic with that. But other than that, I like it, and I mean, for less than 4 MB to download, and I can use it with 80 horsepower. Yeah, that's a download right now.
And Will, what do you think?
Well, I personally think that this would definitely be a good cultivator for people who are playing start from scratch. Especially if you have like a small tractor, you can use this even with a really small tractor. You know, this is only 80 horsepower, so I think it's good. I do agree with Donkey. It is just had the urge of being a little too big to be on the road without folding up. So
I agree with both of you. Next one we have is the Unimog Bag Pack. This is by BB Mods, 6.29 megabytes to download, and this gives us a couple of the attachable trailers to our Unimogs. So we got the short flatbed for $3,500. The Unimog short tanker for $5,000 has a working width of 8 meters because this is also a sprayer, not sprayer, but a spreader, and is 30,500 liters all the way up to 20,000 liters. You also have the long flatbed for $4,000. You also have the long tanker for $5,500. Again, still 8-meter working width and 4,500 liters to 26,000 liter capacities. Overall, sign me up for this. I love these. I love the Unimog trucks. This is just adding a little extra flair to the trucks themselves. Yeah, I think this is great. And for 7 megabytes to download, give your truck a little bit additional functionality to it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Donkey, what do you think?
I think it's definitely interesting. I like that the tank is multi-liquid. It looks like they have a picture there of a good chunk of what it supports. It looks like it can hold quite a bit of different things. I would have to download it to definitely check that. Yeah, I could definitely see downloading it. What's that?
for which one? The tanker?
Yeah, for the tanker.
Let's see here. I actually have it installed. So let's see here.
As the FS Encyclopedia goes to work on making us more informed. I love it. Now, one thing that kind of to note here too is that it looks like you almost have to have some kind of loading equipment to be able to attach it to your trucks. Like you see in the last screenshot and even the first screenshot, that Abbey tanker is actually sitting on the ground, like firmly on the ground. So on the fourth screenshot, you can see the telehandlers lifting it up and moving it into place onto the back of the pickup or on the back of the Unimog. So that's actually very interesting to me. I kind of like that as a part of realism. I don't know. What do you got there, Will?
All right. So there's two different tankers. Uh, so basically you have for your older Unimog, and then you got your new Unimog. So you got one for each, which is nice. Wow. So for the tanker, this goes for both. Uh, so it does water, of course. It does water. Um, it does milk. It does buffalo milk. It does silage additive. It does all your oils. It says your slurry, your digestate, your herbicide, liquid fertilizer, diesel, um, let's see, honey. Um, I don't know what that is. That might be a custom thing, so on a different tab. Your grape juice, uh, your DEF, which we don't have on console, and it also holds goat's milk. So it holds almost every single liquid basically. And it does range between 3,500 to 20,000 liters. So
Very nice.
uh, yeah, I mean, I personally love it. Um, I know he's actually working on an update right now. For this pack, for the Unimog short flatbed and for the long flatbed, to have a customization, so then you can have a fifth wheel attachment to it. So it's fantastic.
Nice. Very cool. What is your you like it? You said that you enjoy it?
Yeah, I do like it. I actually have it installed, so I do that.
Perfect. All right. Next one we have is the Ranch Silo by Namag Mods, 6.44 megabytes to download. And we have a price of $17,000. So this says that it's a silo for silage suitable for ranches, small farms, or even for large farms with smaller livestock, or being able to position several, thus maintaining a consistent production of silage. This is definitely interesting. Now, this does have that kind of South American feel to them. But I mean, these look really, really cool. You look at this first one here where it's kind of wood bunks, side by side kind of thing. You can see the kind of staining on the inside the bunks where the silage would then sit there and, start to ferment and all that stuff. It's going to stain it. I like this one, the second screenshot of the kind of depression in the ground. I think that's really interesting because you fill that up, compact and whatnot, that's going to make, your whole process really cool. I think that's a very interesting take on things. The third screenshot there with the tires, it is what it is. But again, that fourth screenshot of the brick wall one, again, I think that's a very interesting looking bunker silo. Overall, I think this is really cool. This is a really cool pack, but it's definitely going to fit on very specific styles of maps. So for that there, I think that, these might also be
Or
generic.
South American.
It's definitely South American, but these are definitely generic enough to where I could see somebody who's just like, you know what? Let me just slap something together. Like these, I can see being generic enough to do that. Especially like the hole in the ground. You've got the wooden bunker. Like I could see that being done here in the States. I could see that.
Yeah.
The brick one, maybe not so much because that's more of like a design kind of thing. But even that I could see to a degree could be, kind of universalized. So yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say absolutely download this for 7 megabytes. I think this is a keeper. What do you think there, Donkey?
So I do really like it. I mean, farmers are going to use what they have available to make sure the job gets done. Do I think that some of these different silos are worth 17,000 to place? That's pushing it. I don't think I would pay someone 17,000 to come out and dig a hole on my property. And I definitely think the tarp is not worth 17,000 to cover the silage to ferment it. So the price might need a little bit of adjustment there, but all in all, I would still give it a download.
I think that's a fair thing to point out. Will, what do you think?
Well, if I was definitely playing on a South American map, I would definitely install this. To me personally, this gives more off a South American vibe. I know um, sim farmers, somebody I follow um, on YouTube. He's actually playing on on the BR, was it 130? 163. He's playing on the map right now. He actually has that bunker silo that's like divoted into the ground. He actually has two of those placed down. It's very unique on how they are. I think it's definitely a very unique design. I think if you're playing out like on a South American map, it would fit in perfect. So if I was on a South American map, I would definitely install it.
Excellent, excellent. Next one we have is the Agro Trailers Pack by BB Mods, 18.75 megabytes to download. And we've got the first one, the GX AgriLiner Custom, $95,000 to buy. Capacity starting at 55,000, going up to 150. We got the Agro Drop Deck low loader for 59,500 and the LT40 Agro Wood Transporter for 26,000. Overall, you're talking for less than 19 megabytes, and you essentially get 3 separate trailers, a normal dump trailer, a low loader, and a log trailer. That's pretty good in regards to megabyte file size. Now, taking a look at the AgriLiner first. $95,000 to buy, $55,000 or 55,000 liter capacity starting. So right there, it already fails the $1,000 per 1,000 liters. That's a kind of a bummer, but overall, it's still got a nice little look and style to it. I don't know, one of those where I like it. There's something about it. It's got some kind of charm to it. I don't. Normally, I'd kind of turn my nose up to it for that big of a miss in regards to, because it's nearly $2,000 per 1,000 liters. But there's something about this that just kind of, I don't know, gives kind of a charm to it. Now, closest comparable we have is going to be probably
We
going
have
to
a
be.
base game version of that.
Do we have a base game? Looks like the Crone, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's see, 52,000 liter capacity. This is 55,000 liter capacity. So you're talking that we're getting an extra 3,000 liters, and they're both $95,000. Now, it does go up to that 150,000 liters to where the base game only goes up to 55,000 liters. So that, I mean, is what it is. But again, for 19 megabytes, I don't think that's bad. You're getting the low loader, the tipper, and the log trailer. I would consider downloading this. I would consider it. Donkey, what do you think?
So I'm looking at it. I don't know as if I would download it. It's because to me a lot of it is very similar to what we already have in base game. Yeah.
Gotcha. Will, what do you think?
Well, I found out there's one reason why he actually made these mods, this trailer pack. Because this specific agro trailers is supposed to work with the agri truck from the Mercedes Benz pack, the one that won't let you attach to anything. They're specifically designed for that, so then it can become more useful. So, which is one reason why I do like it, but I don't use that truck enough at all. Like I don't use it at all to install it, so it is going to pass through. But if I was using that specific truck, then yeah, I would definitely install it.
Yeah, because it says up here at the top, pack of various trailers for agro semi-tractors like the Hazelmat, perfect for use in fields.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes total sense. So yeah, I mean, if this is meant specifically for a specific truck, I mean, I don't have that truck installed either, so I might kind of downrank it because of that. But if you do have the truck, then yeah, why not? But it isn't like it's only made for that truck, because you can see that it's attached to the Mac and base game. It does have the Hazelmat there in the first screenshot, but it's not like it's only going to work for the Hazelmat or the Agro series track. So yeah, it is what it is. It's one of those I can kind of be pushed in any direction on this one. Let's see. Next one we have is the Auger Wagon with Lime. This is by Razor Modding Team. 78 kilobytes to download this one. And says this is a modification adds lime to your auger wagons. So this is a nice little mod. I do like this because number one, it's small. It's very small. It changes the functionality of the auger wagons to be able to accept lime. And thus you're able to then take the lime in big bulks out to your fields and then load up your spreaders to be able to utilize it out in the field. I like that. I think that's kind of cool. How realistic is that? Probably not. Probably very unrealistic because you figure it's the screws that are what are actually forcing the product up and out of the bin into your spreaders and stuff like that. So being lime, it's going to probably completely tear the crap out of the screws that are forcing the product up and out. So it's not realistic, but if realism's not your bag, then this is going to be a good little addition for you. And again, for less than a megabyte, yeah, I like it. I like it. Donkey, what do you think?
I mean, I like it. It definitely solves a problem for getting lime out to the fields and getting it into the spreader. That way you're not running all the way back and forth or loading a bunch of pallets onto a trailer to load it out in the field. I mean, it works. Definitely a tiny file size. I could definitely use it, but I do agree with you as far as the realism. It's not going to be there.
Will?
Well, I really could not agree any bit more with both of you. I do like it because it does make it much easier all in lime out to your fields. Is it realistic? No. Because lime, if you process lime through a auger wagon or a grain cart, I guess some people would put it, it will actually destroy your auger wagon because of how dense it is. So it is not realistic at all. But I think it is a very, very neat mod. We had this mod back in FS22. But back in FS22, it was by TF Mods 2022. So 2020. So it was by a wholly different modder. So, but I'm very thankful to see it here though. So
Definitely makes the grain carts, the auger wagons, a little bit more dynamic in game. Because I think unless you're like a uber realistic player, the use of a grain cart is going to be very limited. Like you're not really going to have that occasion to use it unless again you're wanting to be very realistic or you're wanting to set up things very specifically for your kind of go through of the map. So you can get away with not ever touching a grain cart or an auger wagon whatsoever. Like it's not a necessary piece of equipment. Might be better in game, like in real life, than it is in game, but yeah, I think that this just adds a new dynamic to it. Now, me personally, I'm going to use one of those tipper back trailers, like the Bailey trailer or the I think it's the Transtar trailer that raises up like on those scissor lifts and then will dump into there. That to me is a little bit more universal than this mod is, and I can load in my solid fertilizer, my all my grains, all that stuff, and I still have the ability to dump into other bits of equipment downstream. So yeah, that's what I prefer to go with, but I do like this as an option. All right. Last one we have for this day is the Old Shed by DMI 20mm Normandy. 10.35 megabytes to download, $24,500 to buy. This looks really good. This looks really good. It's very highly detailed. It's got that very much that European look to it, so it's going to fit on very specific maps, as most of DMI mods do. Very much got that very unique style of that kind of Dutch look to it. Hence Dutch modding incorporated DMI. Yeah, so it's one of those where overall I think it looks good. It's definitely got that kind of appeal to it. But it's only going to fit on very specific maps, so it's going to be a pass for me. Donkey, what do you think?
So I'm looking at it and looking at these screenshots. It looks like there's a little bit of an area. If you look at the fourth screenshot, at the far end of the picture, where there's that brick wall, it doesn't look like you can use that little bit of an area at all. And that kind of gets me. Because I want to be able to use my sheds and not waste all that space on my smaller farms. So
Right.
that's going to be what kills it for me. I can't download it if I'm going to be wasting space like that.
It makes sense, and it looks like that's almost like a loft area is what that looks like to me. But yeah, no, I'm right there with you too. Will, what do you think?
It does look good, but it is going to be a hard pass for me. DMI, DMI, MMD normally, they make very, very specific kind of mods, which is all Dutch related. So, I mean, if you're playing on a Dutch map and you like it, then by all means, it's there. But it will be a patch for me.
Gotcha. All right. Well, looks like we are at the final mod for that day. Gentlemen, what is your favorite mod for said day?
Are we gonna go over the updates first or no?
Oh, we do have some updates that we need to go over. Yeah, why not? Well, the first one we have is an update to the map Klein Friesland. This is changelog 1.0.1.0, and it was a update that said added missing paintable textures and adjusted vehicle store and animal dealers so they have their own map icons. I did the update video, and yeah, this is all solid. The missing paint textures. I don't know which textures were missing, but it had a ton of textures on it when I went through the update, and the icons were definitely there. So yeah, solid. Donkey, you have anything to add for that one?
Nope.
And Will, what about you?
Nope, got nothing to add for that one.
And then the next one we had was an update to Hermanhausen. Now, this one, I actually need to give a shout out to Farming Fan. Farming Fan, thank you so much for pointing this out, because apparently I was on autopilot last night when I was doing my update video, because it says the update is for version 1.0.0.2, but the only thing that shows here is update 1.0.0.1. So for those who graduated math, 1 is not 2. 2 is not 1.
Yeah.
Apparently I didn't graduate math. So I made an update video that claimed that 1.0.0.2 was the update for 1.0.0.1. I need to make a correction on that later on tonight, or possibly tomorrow, depending on when we get off of here. But yeah, big shout out to Farming Fan to pointing that out, because yeah, this is exactly the same, and 0.2 is not here. I don't know what the update is. Donkey, anything to add to this one?
I got nothing to add.
And Will?
No, okay, this is great. Yeah, so yeah, man, I don't really have anything to add to that. I know that the banking device was re-added because it was taken out the mod hub, but it was re-added again. All it was to just change the name of it. So, but that was taken out the mod hub and now it's back. There is a mod update that didn't come out. It came out the next day that we're going to talk about, but I am going to talk about it here briefly, only because it doesn't line up with it perfectly. And that is the Grimmy Rexor 6300 by Giant Software. all cameras on this thing are fully functional. So you can go in cab and you can see like your reverse camera, your side camera. There's like 2 cameras in there. So well, all the cameras are working. So
Nice.
Awesome.
All right. So, gentlemen, same question as before. Do you have a favorite for the what was it? The 31st?
Donkey.
I don't know if I have a discernible favorite. There was definitely a few that I really liked. Like the Unimog beds, that was a good one. The large tine harrow, that's another good one. I really like the seed production plant, even though I'm not going to be using it, but I do like the work that was done on that.
And Will, what do you think?
Well, for me, it would definitely have to be between 2 of them. So the very first one would have to be the Unimog beds pack from BD Rounds, and then the other one is the Auger Wagon and Lime from the Razor modding team.
All right. Well, mine would have to go to the, again, I'm going to butcher the name, the De Courriers dans Legaro. The map, the French map there, I thought it was very interesting and it had, all custom buildings and all that kind of stuff, which always lends a bit of a flair for me personally. If you got a map maker that isn't using the kind of stock standard kind of stuff, assets from Giants and all that stuff, then you're gonna bump it up a bit. So that one is up there, and then probably a good tie for this one is gonna be the tension belt support, the front tools with tension belts by Chris and Riley S. I think that's really awesome. I love that that's an option, and being able to lock down your products that you're throwing on the end of these tools is an absolute a total win in my opinion, especially if you're utilizing things such as the wheel loaders log grab. I don't know if anybody here has played with that log grab in game, but it is an absolute nightmare. I have never been able to just grab a hold of a big bushel of logs and keep them within it because it just doesn't hold it that well. Having the straps on the actual tool itself is going to make that tool just infinitely better in my opinion. So yeah, probably those two is what I'd go with. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the chat and see what they have to say at this point in time. So let's see, I think I left off with, whoops, and of course it jumps around on me. Where was I? Holy smokes, you all have been chatting away in the background. Holy smokes, I'm way behind. I do apologize for that one. I think I left off. Oh, come on now. Why is this moving around on me so much? Okay, there it is. Okay. So I think I left off with Jonah says, I didn't take a single foreign language class in school. So it's okay, Jonah. I took 2 years of Spanish back in high school, and I don't remember any of it. Not a drop. So it's all right. I might as well have not taken a foreign language in school. Ken says the French map is one big pass for me. Gotcha. Yeah, no, let's see. To each their own, no problem. Jonah says, WillT, you're fired, LOL. Ken says, WillT is waiting for a bigger piece of the pie. Gotcha. Let's see. Ken also says, just be careful with the panhandle cap rock. It has issues with the contracts on it. Oh, that's right. Yes, Ken, you pointed that out to me. I'm definitely going to be checking that out here before too much longer to see if I can get that same issue and see if I put out an additional video for that. DTAP Gaming, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello all. Hello DTAP. Ken says, Lindsay, Montana, sorry, very hard pass for me. Gotcha. Let's see. Ken says, hey to DTAP. We've got Gary says, I would play Lindsay, Montana as I have been waiting for some Nexat play. Gotcha. Yeah, there you go. That'd be a good one for the next app. Ken says, is that truck package PC only? Nope. Everything we're showing here is for all platforms. DTAP says crossplay. Gary says, looks like something from SnowRunner. Yes, that military truck is what they're talking about there. Let's see. Ken says, okay, thanks, DTAP. Ken also says, can't hardly hear Donkey. The mic's turned down. Uh-oh. Donkey, do you have a way to pick your mic up a little bit there?
I've already fixed it, BDD.
Oh, hey, beauty. At least one of us is paying attention to the chat. Samuel says, I'm out. Bye, everyone. See you in the next stream. All right, Samuel, you have yourself a good rest of your day. You take care, and we'll see you next time. Ken says good night to Samuel. Donkey says better now. D-Tab says yes. To me it was Farmer Donkey. Swim says hey Donkey. Donkey says awesome and hey Swim. Ken says you don't sound so far away for now, Farmer Donkey. Jake up 77. How's it going, Jake? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says howdy everyone. Howdy, Jake. Donkey says change my mic to a different one. Ken also says hey to Jake. Jake says hey to Ken. Let's see. Let's keep scrolling down. Looks like we have Ken says have 2 questions for you, Jake. And Jake says, all right, Ken asks, where are the vehicles and why isn't there a railroad on the map as mentioned in the description? Pippa, how's it going, Pippa? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hi, BDD and WillT and Farmer Donkey.
What up?
Let's see. Pippa also says, how is everyone today? Doing fantastic. Jake says, vehicles are coming, having issues with getting the script set up. As far as the train, I'm hoping it can use a Steam train from the upcoming DLC or find a modder who can make the train. Oh, that'd be cool. Jake also says, getting traffic and the train set up are a trick and a half. I'll have it figured out for the upcoming update along with new crops. Oh, very cool. That would be a good update. D-Tab says, what's that?
Jake, I'm pretty positive that that Steam engine on the new map, Kingline, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a locked feature. So, unless someone makes a prefab for it, I don't think anyone will be able to use it.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Let's see. D-Tab says, glad you figured out the crops, Jake. It can be tricky, especially if you're adding a lot of them. Ken also says, okay, otherwise you have done a great job. One question, is the start farm a cattle farm? If so, where are the cattle pens? Well, I'll just keep reading because he probably answered it himself because it's been a while. D-Tab says, traffic is definitely tricky, especially the intersections and getting the spacing correct so the traffic jams don't happen super often. I never got this down. Jake says, Celebuki is willing to help me add crops. I want to have custom crop calendar as well. Ken says, I know it sounds like it sounds like being a bit picky. Jake says, the main farm is supposed to be a cattle farm. I will have the cattle in an update. The cattle I had were floating in the air, so I removed them for the time being. Jake also says, no worries, Ken. Happy to answer questions. Ken says, you go wrong with, you can't, I think it's supposed to be, you can't go wrong with Celebuki. I agree. Jake says, Celebuki is great. The Shanty Boys, Gaming Joyce, Celebuki, and Tony Myth all help me, help my map in different ways. Oh yeah, you're in good hands there, Jake. They're all great bunch of guys. Ken says also there's 2 trees on. What's that?
What crops is he adding to the Pennsylvania map?
Jake, if you're still there, yeah, put that in the chat. Let us know what kind of crops you're adding there. Ken also says also there are 2 trees on field 33 that stop the AI worker. LOL. Uh-oh, that's a bummer. Let's see. Swim says, I saw cattle floating on Kingsland in the early access video yesterday too. Ooh, that's not good. Jake says, I'll make a note of that. Thanks. DTAP says, Jake, if you want to grab Wompsville to figure out how to make the NPCs removable, go ahead. Assuming you want to. A lot of people like that part of Wompsville, the ability to yeet the creeps. I love that. That's good. Let's see. Jake says, we'll do DTAP. Thank you. DTAP also says, heads up, there are not built into the map. They are placeable so that they are in separate I3D if you look for that. Jake says, copy that. Ken says, there's just down from the triangle-shaped part of the field that to give you the start point. Gotcha. Let's see. Lisa, how's it going, Lisa? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello, BDD and all. Hello, Lisa. Jake says hi to Lisa. Swim says hi to Lisa. Jake says, okay, great, Ken, thanks. Ken says, what up, Lisa? Lisa says, hi, Jake, how are you? Kiwi Sim Farmer, how you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hi to BDD and hi to Ken. Lisa says, hello, Swim, long time no see. We got Kiwi saying hi to Lisa. Lisa saying hi to Kiwi. And to Ken, we got Swim says LOL to Lisa. Jake says, well, I'm well, Lisa. Thank you. How are you? Farming with Outlaw Ag. How are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a great one as well. Says hi, everyone. Lisa says, good. Thank you, sir. Ken says, hey, Kiwi Sim Farmer, caught some of your stuff last night. LOL. Lisa says, hello, Mr. Ag. We got Jake says, rank check your DM. Let's see. Outlaw Ag says, probably missed you talking about the Panhandle Cap Rock map. Yes, that came, I think, was the second mod we talked about. Let's see. Farming with Outlaw Ag says, will do. As well as thank you to Jake. Jake says, yeah, man, hope you like what I did with the pictures. Ken says, in the mod hub, where do I find those Unimog attachments? Should be towards the tail end of the... Yeah, under latest, yeah. Holy smokes, you all have been chatting up a storm here. Let's see, where did I go? Outlaw says, you did an amazing job on the billboard sign, Jake. Swim says, Giveaway has the pit-style silage bunker on his latest Irish map. Ooh, that's cool. I didn't know that. I'll have to check that out. Wait. On the Irish map, are you talking about Drummond? There's Swim Shady? Because I think that's actually a slurry pit. Like, that's not a... I don't think that's a silage pit. If it's Drummond Farm and it's what I'm thinking of, I'm pretty sure that's where the slurry pops out. Ken says, Swim, I noticed that too. LOL. Swim says that, I believe, was an FS17 map he got permission to bring to 25. That's exactly right. Drummond Farm was a 17 map, got permission from the original map maker to bring it to 25. So was really cool of them to let him do it. And a course redeveloped it, right, Ken? Let's see. Outlaw says, how's everyone doing today? Ken says, took some time to get my head around that Irish map. Start farm being split over the map. Swim says, same here, Ken. Ken says, hey to Outlaw Ag. Oh, we're almost there. We're getting there. Let's see. Where was I? Okay. Ken says, the only thing I don't like on that map is I think it's supposed to be the pillage of the silage bunker. Pillage? I'm not sure what was going on with that one, to be honest with you. Swim says, where did the pillage with silage, then it's good times and smilage. Oh, okay, let me try and read that one better. Where's their pillage with silage, then it's good times and smilage for me, Ken. LOL. Ken with an LOL. He meant spillage. Farming with Outlaw Egg says, lurking with playing on the Panhandle Crap Rock map. I have such a hard time pronouncing that name, like trying to say that name 5 times fast. I dare either one of you two to try it right now.
What?
The Panhandle Cap Rock.
No. Panhandle Cap Rock.
Oh, the whole thing.
The whole thing.
Panhandle Cap Rock. Panhandle Cap Rock. Panhandle Cap Rock. That was only 3, right?
That was 3.
I'm gonna mess it up.
Panhandle Pack. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I did it 4 times and I messed up.
Ken says, has anyone have trouble with multiple contracts paying out on Caprock? Ken says, because I've had to uninstall the map, then reinstall it for contracts to work properly. Outlaw Ag says, I haven't done any contracts yet. The Panhandle Caprock map. Ken says, okay, cool. Fafo Logging, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says howdy. We got Gold Gaming in the house. Says howdy, neighbors. Howdy, Gold. Hope you two are having a fantastic day so far. Swim says hey to Gold, and Kiwi says hi to Gold as well. Whew. Wow, it's like we ran a marathon there, gentlemen. What do you say we move on to our next day? What do you think?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Oh, and I accidentally closed the tab. Look at me go. Batting 1,000 right now. All right, so got to scroll all the way down to Sachiski, I believe is how it's pronounced, by Matlix. Now, this is an interesting map because this was a new map, but not a new map. What I mean by that is this was originally for was for PC Mac only. This is a separate version of the map made for all platforms. This is a solid map, in my opinion. I do like this map a lot. What did I give this map? I think I gave this a 4. I gave this a 4 out of 5. I mean, it's got some solid features to it. It's got nice hills and undulations. It's got really nice kind of terrain and the kind of design of it. For the most part, it's like a typical Polish map where you got the really kind of narrow, long, rectangular sized fields. But then you also have just this kind of natural, nice feel to it. One of the cool features, I don't think there's a screenshot of it. No, I don't see a screenshot of it. But further down south of the map, I think it's actually right here where my mouse is hovering. There's this yard, and it's where you're supposed to take all your like stones and you get your lime and all this stuff. It's basically like a debris yard. And yeah, it's just got a ton of detail and stuff that's going on in and around that yard area. That part of the map really kind of made me fall in love with it because of it's just there. But it's just, again, it's that the details that make the map really kind of stand out. And this map has a lot of details. It's 873.3 megabytes. It's a massive map. And the PC Mac version is bigger than this one. So they actually reduced it quite a bit for console players. But this is definitely a good one to go check out. Like I said, 4 out of 5. Yeah, it's definitely a winner, in my opinion. Donkey, what do you think of this one?
Definitely, I can see like a lot of detail in it. The fact that they got it down to 873 megs from what the PC version was is huge. I am hoping that in the first screenshot there, that those are map placed silage bales, and he didn't sit there and stack all of those just to take that picture.
It is deco. It is part
But
of decoration.
that is massive. And I do like how he did the detail. Like, it's not perfect in that stack, and that tells you a lot about the modder there. It's more on the realistic side. Nobody's going to get their stack absolutely perfect. There's going to be bales kind of up and down. Bales aren't always exactly the same size, but I mean, I think it's awesome. Definitely worth a download, even with the huge size.
Me personally, being around that many bales stacked that high, I would be absolutely terrified that I would go to take one bale down and just an avalanche of silage just comes barreling down at me. I can't think of a worser way to go than to be buried by silage. Will, what do you think of the map, not of the burying by silage?
Well, I mean, it definitely has a lot of detail, and I can see why it's that high in the megabyte storage. It's definitely a very unique map. I mean, if the roads are very narrow, So you're not gonna be driving like big wide seat hawks and stuff like that down the road. So I mean, if if you're big into like small farm shenanigans, this is like a perfect one for you. So, but it's gonna be a pass for me though.
Alrighty, next one we have is East Frisian Coast by Torben. 227.81 megabytes to download. Does have a couple of required mods, 8 in total. Not too bad, especially compared to the last one we were talking about. Had over 20. This was a solid map as well. This one was actually really good. This is a 4 out of 5 from me. It's got a couple of hidden features on it, such as, the various sheep barns, or sheep pastures, I should say, cow pastures as well, kind of pre-placed all around the map. It's got an interesting look and feel to it. This, I believe, is supposed to be in the kind of, well, it says East Frisian. I'm not quite sure where in the world that is supposed to be. I don't know. I almost thought this was maybe Dutch at some point, but I could be wrong about that. I probably am wrong about that, to be perfectly honest. But, I mean, I just thought it was a solid map. It had nice hills and undulations on it. It was a good color palette. Just everything kind of lined up for me on this one. And like I said, it had a few hidden pastures around the map itself. The starting farm was really nice. It was very kind of low-key, but still had some solid, points to it. I thought it was nice. I thought it was really nice overall. So 4 out of 5 for me. Donkey, what do you think?
Oh, I mean, a lot of different fields. I'm having a little issue loading the screenshot with the map overlay. So I'm looking at the stream to kind of see it.
Well, here, I'll go to that one there and let you observe. It'll take a couple seconds to sync up with you, though.
Definitely an interesting map layout. I would definitely give it a shot. It's probably going to be pretty good for my small farm shenanigans. So
It's definitely
I'll go ahead and give it a download.
It's definitely got that small farm vibe. Like the main starting farm was basically a house. I think there was a small like pig like building, but it was really tiny, and that was it. I mean, it wasn't very unimposing totally. But it was still solid. I thought it was interesting. Will, what do you think?
It was gonna be a hard pass for me. It most definitely isn't the kind of map that I would play on. To me personally, there wasn't a whole lot of detail on this map. And that is one thing I definitely look into is detail. Like the only detail area was mainly around the village area, but about that, I mean, it's gonna be a pass for me.
See, that was what I was thought was the most interesting about this map is that it's very, very narrow. Like you're only going to be able to fit very specific sized equipment through this, especially in the village, because you've got all these kind of little side roads. You can see this is a good example of one of the side roads, and it's only wide enough for your larger tractor that you start out the map with, and only just barely. And there's even some areas around the village, like this kind of southern portion of the village here, where there is a sell point down here, the very southern end, but you're having to make your way around these kind of, they're almost like, how do I say this? It's like the town, like if this was a real place, the town people wanted to plant trees in the road kind of thing. So they planted these trees and then they put barriers on the outside of the trees so where you can't like smash into the tree with your car. So you've got all these like little jetting out into the road that you have to literally drive around and kind of do this like almost serpentine pattern. So imagine having a large tractor trying to make your way around with something that you're trying to sell as well. So you're like just sitting there, just weaving in and out of this, like basically it's like a cul-de-sac. It eventually goes to like this dead end area, and there is a little farm there that you can purchase, and it's yeah, it's interesting to get to. So it's one of those that, yeah, there are details, but they're very hyper fixed around the actual town area. All right, the next one we have, speaking of Jaked Up 77, is Strasburg, Pennsylvania, finally out for all platforms. Now, this one here, I gave a 4 out of 5. I absolutely love this map. I think it's great. Definitely has a lot of features to it, as Jake mentioned earlier in the stream. Unfortunately, had to take out the cows from the main starting farm. There was some kind of issue that was not being able to be overcome, but it is a very solid map. It does have several required mods. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 12 in total. Based off a real life location there in Strasburg. You can see the kind of overlay from the PDA on screenshot number 2. It's solid. It's a solid map, and it's a very interesting kind of starting farm, because you got the main starting farm here in the southwest portion of the map, and then the field, basically the property that you own, there are no fields that you own, like actually predefined fields. You have this kind of, I call it the back 40. But it's basically like a giant grass field that you own back here as part. Some of it's part of your kind of what was the cow pasture kind of thing. And you can pass through it and get to the actual back part of the map to be able to utilize it for your grass and all that stuff. But overall, I thought it was a solid map. And this being Jake's first map releasing to all platforms, good job, man. Absolutely good job. There's some things that are going to need to be touched up here and there, touched on them on the tour. And what was really cool about doing this is I got to see the progression, starting out with the early look video that I put out, just kind of giving the broad overview, then going into the early access map tour that I did, and then finally the finalized map tour, what we have here available to us on the Mod Hub. It was awesome to see that process happen, to kind of, be there, not at the very beginning, but pretty early on. And again, big shout out to Jaked Up 77, because I don't know if you all know this, but I had a hand in this map. He says, thank you to BDD Gaming for selecting the starting equipment. I got to pick out the starting equipment, and I thought that was such a cool thing and such an honor to do. To have kind of my little print on this map. So I hope you all enjoy it. I did my absolute best to kind of take out the personal feelings that I had for this map and give my honest opinion. And my honest opinion is I thought this is a very solid map. So, Donkey, what do you think?
I haven't had a chance to actually play on it yet, but I'm definitely looking forward to it. It looks pretty good from the screenshots. I need to watch your map tour on it, but I did see your pre-release video, and definitely pretty cool. Looking forward to it, and for his first time, great job.
And Will, what do you think?
Oh, I love this map. I mean, yes, there are some areas that can be touched up. But other than that, I think it's a fantastic map. I was actually looking forward to this map, so I have it installed. So I'm just really curious on what kind of custom crops you plan to put in there.
Yeah, I think he might have took off from the chat there, because I haven't seen him respond to it. But yeah, like I said, I think this is a very solid map. And as I mentioned, this is based off a real life location. It's got real terrain data, so you're able to kind of get that sense and feel of what this area has to offer. Like it just feels really nice. Yeah, I think that Jake did a good job. And for his first map, seeing that progression of him, getting to an issue, working through it, whether it's, through the community. He mentioned several modders, by name. Kevlar Roy, I think, was one of them. And several others. Celebuki. Was Kevlar Roy amongst them? Maybe I'm making that one up. I know Celebuki was in there. I know, he said Shanty Boys and somebody else. I forget who the third one was. But
Celebuki.
Celebuki was one of them. Shanty Boys was another one, and then there was another one in there. I didn't recognize off the top of my head, but yeah, no, definitely give this one a look see. All right, next one we have is Drummond Farm. This is by Kevin Leroy and Monkey Show Modding. 481.07 megabytes to download. This one, again, like the last one, I got access to this rather early from Kevin Leroy. Big shout out to him, and really enjoyed making the early access map tour. And seeing what this map looks like in the here and now, I thought was really cool. Again, seeing the modders, where they start, or at least an earlier version of it, to where it is now, I think was one of the coolest experiences that I got to do with doing this channel, because you get to actually see those like slight differences. One of the biggest things I noticed is on the starting farm, I don't think there's a screenshot here that illustrates it, but on the main starting farm, because there's basically two versions of starting farm. There's Drummond Farms, and then there's Drummond Arable Farms, which is up in the northeast. But this barn here, off the left side in the fourth screenshot, across the way from the main starting house, the big yellow house here, that was a kind of darker brown color, and then it was changed to this very bright, vibrant red. So that was the very first thing that when I popped into the latest version here on the Mod Hub, that was the first thing I noticed, like, whoa, like that's a huge, like, shocking detail, because you're facing right towards it when you first load in. So it was just something that really picked up on right away. But what I also found very cool is the optimizations that Kevin Leroy had gone through in order to make this map a little bit better. So when I did my early access map tour, the forestry area was very juddery. It made the frames drop really, really hard. And I don't know what Kevin Leroy did, if he took a bunch of trees out or if he optimized the files or whatever he did, but I went in there more recently. Again, same computer, same everything. No problems. No juddering, no frame drops, nothing. It was smooth as could be. So really, really liked it. And I don't have any kind of experience with the FS17 version of this map. So getting to kind of approach this with just kind of a fresh lens kind of thing, I thought was really cool, and would have really made me want to have seen this back in the day when it was brand new kind of thing. So all in all, I think this is a really awesome map. And what I like about it the most, outside of the playable area, is the non-playable area, because this is actually more of a 1x map, and you've got the main periphery of the area that's built out to a full 2x size map, but you can't get to that area. So it's that high resolution that you see on the outer perimeter that makes the map feel like so much bigger. But because Kevin Leroy makes it to where you can't field jump, you can't drive in any direction, because the hedges have collisions, the fences, all that stuff has collisions. You have to stick to the road. So even though it's a 1x map, it feels massive because you're having to go in such long directions around the map. You're only going to be able to get to certain places using certain directions. So all that to say, yeah, that additional detail on the outer perimeter makes a map feel just highly detailed and highly like it just feels like everywhere you look is just beautiful everywhere you look. So I like that. I like that as kind of a feature. Donkey, what do you think of this map?
I was very much anticipating this map dropping. Like, I downloaded it as soon as I saw it hit the mod hub. But yeah, definitely love the work that Cavalier Roy does on his maps, and yeah, definitely gonna be enjoying playing this map.
Will, what do you think?
Well, I definitely have to agree, though, that Kevin Roy definitely does a great job on his maps. All his maps have a lot of detail. This is no exception. So, if I wanted to play on a UK based map, I would probably suggest this one or any other one by Cavalier.
Alrighty, next one we have is the JCB 6T Dumper by Rawson Mods. This is 16.99 megabytes to download, $38,000 to buy, 74 horsepower, and has a dumping capacity of 3,000 liters. This is definitely one of the most interesting tools that we have here in the game. Personally, it's not going to be one for me. This is going to be one of those where it's got a very specific use case. But I don't see myself utilizing it, especially because it's only 3,000 liters. It's really, really small. But again, it's going to have its functionalities. It's not going to be one necessarily for me and my play. But I think it's great. If you're a JCB fan or, one of those where you could see yourself utilizing this kind of equipment around your farm, yeah, this would be a good option. You know where I could see this being a really good fit is some of those smaller barns and buildings that a normal set of equipment really can't get into. This might be small enough to be able to get in some of those tighter knit areas kind of thing, to where you're wanting to feed your animals and get things inside the building that you wouldn't be able to with a normal set of equipment. But yeah, Donkey, what do you think of this one?
I was absolutely thinking the exact same thing about getting into like the smaller cattle pens to feed the cattle. So hit the nail on the head with that one. Like as far as being able to feed the cattle with a lot of the kind of smaller barns that I do use, I could definitely see me using this. As I don't know how many times I've gotten a tractor stuck trying to feed the cows. So definitely going to give this one a download.
Will, what do you think?
Well, I mean, it's definitely something very unique, and we definitely don't have anything like it. I do know that it can tip to the left or the right, and it rotates, which I think is fantastic. So if you get into like a tight corner, then instead of having to like completely turn it, go dump it, you can just say tip to the left, and the whole front bucket will literally pivot. It will turn, so you can dump right to the left. So
Oh, that's cool.
yeah.
Very cool. That's additional functionality I did not know about. All right, next one we have is the Deutzfahr Series 8 TTV. This is by BFM Zorzi Manu. 11.93 megabytes to download. We have a price point of $267,000, 287 horsepower. And yeah, overall, I believe, I could be mistaken about this, but I think we have this in base game, don't we? This is what, medium tractors? Don't we have it? I thought we had, yeah, we do have the Series 8 TTV. 267,000, so it's the same price, it's the same horsepower. Everything's the same except what appears to be the kind of configuration. So you got configurable warning signs, fenders, rotating lights, and 8 different left, right, both, or none. Colors, grids, roof colors. So yeah, there's a bunch of like additional kind of bells and whistles to this. That's why it's only 12 megabytes. Overall, it's going to be a pass. I mean, none of this kind of stuff really means much to me personally, to where I'm going to go out and like download an extra 12 megabytes to have color configurations or warning signs, all those kind of additional bells and whistles. Just not enough for me personally. So yeah, this is going to be a pass for me. Donkey, what do you think?
I couldn't agree more. I mean, if this is your thing, absolutely. I don't typically go for all the bells and whistles, so it's going to be a pass here.
And Will, what do you think?
Well, I don't really use Deutzfahr that often, and I actually have not used the one in base game, so it's going to be a hard pass for me.
Gotcha. All right, real quick, going to catch up with the chat here. We got Ken says Donkey is correct about the bale stacking, but trying to perfectly stack bales in half is half the fun. Oh yeah, no, I could definitely see. I could definitely see that being a boatload of fun, just trying to sit there and get everything as perfect as possible while failing at it at the same time. Swim Shady says Saxonham has got me back into the game recently. I was burnt out for a bit and was looking for a map for a new town production mod. It suits it well because there are no productions on the map. You know what, Swim? I couldn't agree more. Saxonham is a gorgeous map. It's absolutely a boatload of fun, especially now that it's out for all platforms. I'm glad that it kind of reignited the fire for you. That's awesome. Ken says, "Yep, BDD did pick out the equipment on Jake Dup 77's map, including the chiselback plow, crying face, broken heart, sad eyes." You know what? I stuck with base game stuff. It was one of those that I didn't want to add to the list of required mods. So, in all fairness, that's what I was going with. So, just wanted to try and save my chiselback reputation there. Even though I did pick a chiselback, I'm not happy about it. Billy Goat Gaming, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello. Hello, Billy Goat. Ken says, what up to Billy Goat? We are all caught up. Next one we have is the New Holland T5. This is by Just Farming, 22.38 megabytes to download. And this is considered a small tractor, $83,000 to purchase, 99 horsepower for this one. We take a look at our closest comparables here for our small tractors. Let's see, we got, what was it, 99 horsepower, so 99 problems, and the tractor ain't one of them. Let's see. Really, about the closest one we've got is the Antonio Carrero Tony 10,900 TTR for $83,500. Again, $83,000 for this tractor here on the Mod Hub, and the Antonio Carrera has 98 horsepower compared to the 99 starting for the New Holland mod. So you're talking, you get one additional horsepower and you're saving $500. I mean, that's not bad overall. And for 23 megabytes, yeah, okay. I can see that being worth the download. It's not too terribly, it's towards the upper end of the megabyte size, but overall, yeah, I could be talked into this. Why not? Donkey, what do you think?
I don't know if I would download it. I know, New Holland is Will's favorite tractor. But it's going to have to be a pass for me.
And Will, can you confirm that this is your favorite tractor?
It is not my favorite tractor. New Holland will never be my favorite tractor.
But you can get the pretty red tractor too. I mean, you can get the New Holland red, or even the gold. I mean, look at that. I mean, you get so many options with this.
It's New Holland.
I don't blame you.
It's gonna be a pass for me. Like I said, I don't really use New Holland. Actually, I've never used a New Holland tractor base game, or a modded version. Like the last time I ever used a modded New Holland tractor was back in FS19, and that was was it 19? No, it was 17. Yeah, it was FS17 because I was playing on Oxygen David's map. Oh, that's gonna bug me now. I don't remember the name of it.
So what you're saying is that the New Holland has a chance. You played
No.
with New Holland. It's like that.
That was
What's that movie with Jim Carrey? So you're saying there's a chance? Oh,
not even in the slightest.
wasn't that Dumb and Dumber? I think it was Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance? All right, moving. What's that?
Oakfield Farm. That's what it was.
Mm,
And it was a New Holland T5 2-wheel driver. That was the
okay.
last time I ever used one of those.
So you're saying there's a chance. Moving
No, there's no
on.
chance.
We've got the Costnet pack by AgriDesign Modding, Nathiel, and NicoDo55. 75.39 megabytes to download. And we've got a bunch of stuff a part of this pack, ranging from the Apollo 19.80, 24,500, going all the way down to the Venus 4.5 at 14,500. There's a bunch of separate like trailers and animal trailers. You got, you got tons and tons of stuff with this pack. I'm not going to go through it all, but you can see it all here in the first screenshot here. It looks really good. Looks real good. I'm not familiar with this manufacturer at all, but for 76 megabytes, it's going to be a pass. It is going to be a hard pass for me. I mean, I don't know the manufacturer well enough to really be invested in it. And it's just one of those that we've got alternatives for this equipment already. Now the prices definitely have my interest because I'm not seeing anything here that's going to be like really outside of the like normal. I figure this one here, the Liege 3100 is $4,500 with a capacity of 3,100 liters. So that's near the $1,000 per 1,000 liter marker that I use. Same thing with the what is that, a bereavement 6200 here, $7,000 for 6200 liters. Again, it's in that ballpark, but I don't know, it's just one of those. For near 80 megabytes, I'm gonna look for something else personally. Donkey, what do you think?
This is definitely going to be a hard pass for me. Pretty much copy paste what you said. I'm not too familiar with it to be brand loyal, but yeah.
Gotcha. And Will, what do you think?
This is actually a brand new brand into the game, so I welcome consent or Costnet. I think it's Costnet. So I think it's great that we have a new brand. This is something I'll use. No. So
Gotcha. All right. So moving on to the next page, scrolling all the way up, we got the K brand HR 4004 plus BTF 4000 plus TF 1512. Holy smokes. So we got a whole lot of pluses here. This is by NicoDo55 and Nathiel, 16.81 megabytes to download. So we've got, starting out with the HR 4004 for $18,000, required horsepower of 100 horses and 4-meter working width. We also got the BTF for $14,000. Again, 100 horsepower is required, 4-meter working width. And then the TF 1512 at $16,000. It says combinations of the BTFR 4000, 1500 liters. So what this is a combination of the front tank, the power harrow, and actual seeder unit is essentially what all this is. And you can see it all kind of, goes together quite nicely. I've always liked this mod because of the kind of hoses and drapery that you get with this. I thought it was just kind of interesting looking. And I believe we had this back in 19, wasn't it? Like as part of base?
base game 19, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, overall you're talking, what is it, $18,000 for the most amount there. It doesn't seem like too bad, but taking a look at our closest comparables here, we've got under Cedars, 4-meter working width is going to put us into the AgriMaz Aquila Drive 400 territory. That's at $58,500. And it's got a capacity starting at $2,800 and 180 horsepower is required. So you're talking, for all of this, no more than 100 horsepower is required. So you're already saving about 80 horses. You got the same working width at 4 meters, and you've got a capacity of 1,500. So you're going to lose on the capacity, but that's specifically for the front tank. You're going to be losing out about 1,300 liters. So that's kind of a bummer, but you're saving quite a bit of money. But you also have to take into account that you've got the disconnect of the storage tank and the actual, I guess you can call it applicator, the seeder. You got that kind of disconnect. And what I mean by that is you have to have a front tank in order for this to work, because I don't think the rear has a capacity to it. So you're basically taking the $18,000 for the seeder, the $14,000 for the cultivator, and then the $16,000. So you're going to have to add all these together. So let me get a calculator out here real fast just to kind of do the quick math. So 18 plus 14 plus 16, $48,000. So even if you go all in with this whole kit, you're still saving like $10,500 compared to the AgriMaz. So all in all, that's really good. And for 17 megabytes, yeah, why not? Sign me up for that, because you're talking, you got the front tank, the power harrow, and the seeder. Okay, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Donkey, what do you think?
Sorry, had to unmute my mic real quick.
No worries.
So, I mean, great price for it. Looks great. I won't be downloading it. I'm very big into precision farming, and it's not direct drill. Even though kind of is, but it doesn't direct drill as far as the game's concerned. So that's going to be a pass here.
Will, what do you think?
I will definitely second that. This does not direct drill, and for that, and the way the setup is, it should be a direct drill. So that's like an automatic fail for me. So I will not be installing it.
All right, next one we have is the Magic Carpet Halloween Edition. This is by the Not Ready, I think it is. Not Ready. 4.21 megabytes to download and $100 to buy. So this is one of those kind of kitschy things that I'm just not that personally into. I think that this is cool. This is here. It's one of those that if you liked this for kind of the Halloween thrill of things, then cool. But for me, it's going to be a pass. It's just one of those that it's got a very, very, very specific use case, and it's not a case that I'm going to be utilizing personally. Donkey, what do you think?
Well, it's very kind of one time of a year use, and that time of the year's passed. I mean, maybe keep it around every now and then just as a gag playing with your friends, but other than that, I don't see using it.
And Will?
I personally do not see this as a mod that should have been in Farm Sim. I don't know why it is. Like, there's no use for it except just to drive around and scare everybody. I appreciate the mod being here because I mean, there's someone out there that really likes this mod a lot. So, but for me, it's gonna be a hard pass.
And the next one we have is the Halloween Madness by Not Ready, 34.29 megabytes to download. And we've got a couple of selling points. You got the Ghost and Cauldron, where you can buy your grains, and then you got the Haunted Crypt, where you buy your products. $1,000 for each one of these. again, basically copy and paste everything I said before into this one. They're both really interesting, in what they are, but just not my style. I've never been one into these kind of kitschy, like very use specific mods. And yeah, although it's very nice, they look very detailed, it's just not going to be one that's going to make its way onto my machine. Donkey, what do you think?
I didn't know ghosts ate food. But again, it's very, very kind of gaggy. Like something that you would want to do towards this time of year. And it kind of came out at the end of that. So unfortunate there. Unless they were meaning to only have it be used on Halloween. But again, copy paste what I said before. It's not really something I could see me using.
And Will, what do you think?
No, I mean, if you're big into Halloween and you want things around, either their selling points, um, just to get a little bit more realistic that way for this, then I'd say go for it. Other than that, this could be a pass for me.
All right, the next one we have is the Cow Barn Pasture by Missy B, 8.17 megabytes to download. Place up to 50 cows for $55,000. And says the inputs are water, straw, food, and outputs are the normal culprits, the slurry, and milk. So again, very much a European style building, just like we're expecting to see from Missy B here. Similar to like what I was saying before with her previous mod. I mean, it's pretty solid looking. I mean, for if you're on like the European style map, then this is going to fit in quite nicely. I think it looks good and got some good functionality to it. Taking a look at our closest comparable here in the game, we've got, again, we're talking 50 cows. And it produces milk. That's going to be the Horman cow barn. It's going to be our closest comparable. 50 cows on the cow barn here in base game, but the price point of $254,000. This is only $55,000. So you're going to be saving nearly $200,000 for the same capacity of cows. So yeah, overall, definitely is a winner in that regard. And it's only 9 megabytes to download. So yeah, that's definitely a good one to look at, especially if you're on a European style map. Donkey, what do you think?
I really like this one. And mostly because it's got that open feeding area. It's harder to get a tractor stuck. But like that, and a great price point, and I pretty sure it would have a customizable pasture with this, so can definitely go up a little bit higher than 50 cows. But awesome, it looks awesome. I'm downloading it right now as we speak. So
beauty. Will, what do you think?
Well, it definitely is going to fit more of your UK style maps. So if you're looking for a cow barn, and I mean, well, also if you like the CB stuff, I mean, this would be a perfect cow barn for you. But it's going to be a pass for me.
All right. Next one we have is the Calf Village. This is by RC3D Platz Group. 18.91 megabytes to download, $80,000 to buy. It says information: you have to place the calf igloos, for example, from Mr. or Mr. Hector, in the calf village yourself in the game. So this basically, if I'm understanding this correctly, is a holding area for your calf barns, like your little calf igloos. I mean, personally, I just looks like an additional detail that isn't necessary per se. So this to me is probably going to be a pass. for 19 megabytes, it's not that intrusive. The the price 80,000 again, it's not that terrible for a larger building. It's just, again, not something that I necessarily need to have. So yeah, I think this one's just gonna be a pass. Donkey, what do you think?
I mean, I like that they're trying to bring in the realism, bring the cows in to a shed instead of just having them out. That's awesome. I don't like that it requires a different mod to put the igloos in there, and that it still would be each individual igloo you'd have to manage as its own pen. As you're gonna have to try and get your trailer in there unless you're using the herdsman stick to get all these calves in and out of this building. So it's gonna be a pass for me.
Will, what do you think?
I love it. Ryan Crest actually has a farm that's very similar to this. He said that's way longer and like triple the size and like width wise, so you can fit a lot more cows. But I absolutely love this. I know we had this back in FS22, but we never had calves. And now since we have base game, we have calves. This makes more sense. So I
Could
like
see
it.
that. Yeah, definitely could see that. Real quick, gonna catch up with the chat here. We got, I believe I left off with Ken saying, "What up to Billy Goat Gaming?" Billy Goat says, "Hey Ken, how are you doing?" Ken says, "Good, thanks. How are you?" Ken says, "Yes, it was dumb and dumber." LOL. Yes, thank you, Ken. Appreciate that. I thought that was the movie. Billy Goat says, "Good other than a nasty migraine." Billy Goat, sorry to hear that, man. Hopefully you start feeling better. Got Ken says, "Ouch." Billy Goat says, "A trailer is a trailer brand. Shouldn't matter." Yeah, I'm right there with you. A trailer is a trailer is a trailer. Really, there's only certain aspects that I care about in regards to trailers. It's, the megabyte size, it's the price point per 1,000 liters, all that stuff. So that's kind of how I kind of go about that. Swim says to Billy Goat, "I know migraines and headaches are different beasts, but hydration can cure a headache and dehydration can cause one. Try necking a pint of water when suffering, mate." Yeah, no, that I'm not familiar with migraines. I've never personally had one, so I know that definitely works with a headache. So yeah, here's hoping. Jody says, "Hi, Jody. How you doing, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far." Ken says, "Hey" to Jody, and Jody says, "Hey" to Ken. Let's see. Moving on to our next one we have is the Workshop. This is by Roger, 8.58 megabytes to download, $30,000 to buy. I think this looks great. I think this looks absolutely fantastic. I love the bricking, the stone on the outside, the kind of dingy roof on top there. It definitely has that kind of look and feel of something that's been utilized and used for a while. It definitely does have its like placement. Like it looks like this is supposed to be again like a European style. So it's going to fit in on very specific locations as opposed to just being able to be universal and anywhere. But that being said, yeah, if I'm on a European map, I think this would fit in lovely with. And for 9 megabytes and for 30 grand, yeah, I could see utilizing this. Absolutely. Donkey, what do you think?
Looks great. Definitely like that you can go into the shop versus the base game shop where you just have the trigger on the outside. I don't know if the outer doors are usable. It doesn't look like there's an area there from the screenshots. But I mean, if if it was additional parking, that would be even better. I agree. It's definitely going to be dependent on specific maps. Very European style. I do like it though, and I might use it on a playthrough at some point.
Will, what do you think?
Well, it does look very nice. It is by Roger, right? He makes a lot of high quality mods. Um, I believe it is only repaint and customize, no sell. I mean, not repair and customize. There's no repaint or sell. And to answer your question, all the doors open on it. So
Score.
So
All right, next one is the Farm Pack Tertianer by Farmer 5 Time. Farmer 5 Tom. 75.59 megabytes to download. And we've got the building cost you $140,000 with a capacity of 30 cows. You also have another building for $100,000 that is a farmhouse. And then the whole farm is $240,000. And it's under the cow category. I mean, overall, it's very nice, highly detailed. Definitely has a very good look to it. Again, it's going to fit in very much on a European style map. You know, it says from the heart of Bavaria, so over there in Germany, I believe that is. So yeah, definitely only going to fit on those very specific styles of maps, but nearly 80 megabytes. That's going to be a hard pass for me. A hard pass. You're talking that you're getting a few buildings, you're getting, you know, a farmhouse and the whole shebang when it comes to like the combo, but it's not enough for me to be able to kind of, you know, dive headlong into this. And does the farmhouse let you go inside? It doesn't necessarily look like it.
no, you cannot.
Well then, yeah. Overall, can't go inside. It's expensive, and it's a high megabyte download. So for me, it's a pass. It's a hard pass. Donkey, what do you think?
definitely a few things that I do like that they did incorporate, like the multi-floor barn there. Well, yeah, they call it the farm building, but I like how they integrated that multi-story area there. I'd have to agree though, it's gonna be a pass here. Huge file size, and I really don't see me using it.
Will, what do you think?
Well, so Farmer 5 makes some really high quality mods. I will say that. He mainly makes German style mods. So I mean, if you're playing on like a German map, or a German based map, this will work perfectly. Um, you can't go inside the farmhouse, so that's already a no go for me. Um, there's only one other thing that bothers me about this,
Let's hear it.
and I don't know how to comprehend with it. Besides the megabyte size, which is extremely high, it's almost 70 slots.
Wow.
On consoles. So just I think it was like 63, 64, something like that. It was extremely high in the slot count. So just beware if you're using it.
That's a lot of megabytes, and that's a lot of slots. Holy smokes.
Yep.
All right, next one we have is the Bale Bunker Silo by Leo. 7.44 megabytes to download, $10,000 to buy. It's a bunker silo, and it's lined by bales. I think that's really cool. And it's Leo, so it's got the good details. It's got all those tires that are stacked on the side there. Overall, I think this is a really cool option, something that would be very interesting to add to your farm. Yeah, as a matter of fact, download. Donkey, what do you think?
Definitely interesting. I think that he missed an opportunity. I'm glad that he put all the tires there, but if the tires would be on top of the tarp when you put the tarp down, would put it over the top. Still concerned about the price of how much this bunker silo costs, because it looks like he's using what, 22 bales of hay to line the walls for $10,000.
The
But
exchange
other
rate
than
isn't there.
right? it looks great. Could definitely see using this in the future.
Will, what do you think?
That's gonna be a hard pass for me. If I'm using bunker style, it's gonna be made with concrete walls. So
Fair enough. All right. Next one we have is a concrete bunker silo called Bunker Silo Pack by Cubics. 0.25 megabytes to download, and a price point of $15,000 for the medium and $25,000 for the large. Overall, I'm not too crazy about this one. The reason being is that those concrete walls look extremely thin. And it just looks like a good sneeze is going to knock them over. It looks great, though. It looks fantastic. I love the pitting in the side of the concrete, and just the overall look of it is really cool. The thin walls is what does it for me. Like, I could just imagine sitting there, filling this thing up in real life, and then driving your tractor over top of it to compact down the silage, and then all of a sudden, you just blow out a wall because of how thin this is. I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of nitpicking on that one, but that one just seems like a integral issue that would be concerning for me personally. But that's just me. Donkey, what do you think?
I couldn't agree more with you, BDD. Like the concrete walls on this, the brick veneer on my house is thicker. But like it doesn't seem usable. Just looking at the realism side of things, I mean, it's great. The fact that they kept the file size super small for it, awesome. But it's going to be a pass here.
And Will, what do you think?
I definitely agree. I think the walls are really thin. I mean, I think my apartment complex has thicker walls. And yet I can literally hear everything. So, I will say one thing. I mean, it is gonna be a patch for me, but I have one good thing to say about this mod. One good thing,
Let's hear it.
and that is there's no bleedage, so nothing will go through the wall.
So real quick, I'm going to catch up with the chat because I just read one that was hysterical. So Jody says hi to Ken. Jody also says good day. And D-Tap, which is what made me laugh, he said, meh, it's diamond and titanium coated, reinforced. It should only cost $3.5 million to make it. The thin walls, silage, bunker, LOL. Yeah, I think that's... if I had to go out of my way to make a bunker silo with that thin of walls, and in order to make it happen, make it lined with diamond and titanium, I think I've got bigger things to worry about. Like, obviously, the money coming in is not as much of a worry as money going out at that point. That's almost like you're trying to spend money just to spend money kind of thing. So, I guess it's good problems to have. Moving on, we've got the small covered fuel tank. This is by Ian, 4.96 megabytes to download, price of $1,000. Looks great. I like this one. It is simple, basic, to the point. Again, keep it simple, stupid, and this is definitely simple. I like it. For less than 5 megabytes to download and $1,000, it's a nice little option for your farm and gives it a little flair to it. It's not just a fuel tank. It's got a little bit of deco. It's got a little coverage over top of it. I think it's pretty cool. Donkey, what do you think?
I like it. A little bit too much clutter for me around a fuel tank, but that's just because, well, I work with fuel for the Army. So clutter introduces spark and fire sources around fuel. Don't have it there. I do wish that they listed how much it holds in the description.
Yes.
But I mean, looking at it, that's probably, judging about the size of it, probably about 750 gallons. But yeah, definitely great size, great price, worth a download.
And Will, what do you think?
I think it's definitely something different. I mean, I could definitely foresee myself using this, maybe. I think it's nifty that your fuel tank is covered, so when you're trying to pump your fuel, like you're not gonna get sopping wet if it's raining. So, I do think that is very very nice.
And DTAP says a tax write-off LMAO. Yeah. Oh yeah, that'd be one heck of a tax write-off.
Right.
All right. Next one is Houses Pack Small by Ian. 3.35 megabytes to download. We got a farmhouse for $10,000, a farmhouse for $20,000, and a farmhouse for $30,000. Main color is configurable. I mean, gentlemen, do we want to say this in sync? I wish I had one of those little kazoo. You can't go inside. I wish I had one of those little like kazoo things that you could just blow into. It was like the pitch finder, you know what I'm talking about? Just like you can't go inside. I mean, overall, it's 4 megabytes. 4 megabytes. I honestly, for that file size, I can very quickly and easily get over not being able to go inside. It just looks like it's a pack of small houses, and it's got a decent look to it. It definitely has a very specific look to it. Like, does it say anything in the description? No. So it looks like a definitely a European style house. Like, it doesn't look, you know, like something you'd see here in the States. So it's going to fit on a very specific style of map. But overall, I mean, for 4 megabytes, I am not going to complain too hard about not being able to go inside. Donkey, what about you? What do you think?
Well, yeah, 4 megabytes, you can't go inside. Okay. But there are some features that I do like, and it is good for your small farm shenanigans, like the carports. The option to have those carports. Now you're not worried about buying a shed for your smaller tractors and whatnots that you have on the farm. You just kind of store it in that carport.
Right.
But it's going to be a pass here.
Will, what do you think?
It's gonna be a hard pass. I mean, I understand it's only like 4 megabytes, but it's still gonna be a hard pass for me. So
Fair enough. All right. The last new mod for the 30th is the Old Polish Farmhouse by Raider. 6.44 megabytes to download and 25 grand to buy. Again, very similar to the last one, to where it's only 7 megabytes. It's not too bad. But what I like about this compared to the last ones is that this is very highly detailed. You see the stucco on the side of the back side of the wall here that's breaking out. You see the brick underneath of it. You get just the nice little details. You get the winter pictures. The only problem I have with these screenshots, and I've pointed this out before, is the nighttime. Take a nighttime photo. Don't take multiple nighttime photos, because you don't see the details. Like, what do you get? Three nighttime photos with this, and you really can't see much with it because of that. But I understand what they're showing is they're just trying to show it from different angles, and they're trying to show that it lights up and looks all pretty at night. But overall, I think it's a cool looking one. You can even see on the front side how the stucco is like breaking apart. You even see like the roof tiles on top are just kind of fraying apart, kind of thing. So this is definitely going to be a house in complete disrepair, and that you're going to be, you know, before only a matter of time, you're going to have to put some some sweat equity into rebuilding it. But 7 megabytes, 25 grand, Yeah, why not? I would install this. Donkey, what do you think?
I'm stuck on the fact that you can't go inside it. I mean, a couple more megabytes could do an interior, and it'd be great. Don't do a whole lot with this style of map. I love all the details that they did put on the outside, but yeah, it's going to be a pass here.
And Will?
Hard pass. You can't even go inside. So, yeah, it's gonna be a hard pass for me.
Alrighty. Well, we have made it to the end of the 30th. Gentlemen, do you want to pick out a favorite for the 30th? Donkey, what about you?
Well, mine's kind of a three-way tie.
Let's hear it.
And it's going to be the first map we did. I'm not even going to try and butcher the name.
Sajiski.
And then Strasbourg and the Drummond farm as well.
Excellent. Will, what do you think? What's your favorite?
Mine would definitely have to be the calf village. I would definitely have to say that.
I gotcha. All right. And then mine would have to be, you know what? I'll mirror Farmer Donkey, Sajiski, Strasbourg, and Drummond. I think all three of those maps are absolutely fantastic, and I'm glad to see that Sajiski has made it to all platforms. I am really ecstatic that Strasbourg is finally here, and same thing with Drummond Farms. Really excited that they're finally here. So, yeah, we are richer as a community for all of these. What's that?
Yeah, I completely forgot about the PA map. Yeah, no, the PA map and the calf village are definitely tied. I totally forgot about that. Wow.
How dare you? How dare you forget about Jake's map?
It's been a long week.
Excuses.
I'm gonna have to tell Jake that you forgot.
I'll tell him I forgot.
Just to stir the pot.
All right. So catching up with the chat here, we got D-Tap says you can't go inside. No, I gotcha. And Swim says maybe a Van Diesel amount ? LOL. Yeah, pretty close. All right. Moving on to the 29th, we have Uret 2025, 863.01 megabytes to download. And this one I gave a 3.5 out of 5. Now, the previous version of this for FS22 was a pretty solid map, but I did rank it down a little bit lower than this one. The reason I ranked this one a little bit higher than the previous iteration is because this one is actually a bit bigger than the previous iteration. A lot more details are on it as well. So basically think of the previous version, the FS22, was this squared off area, this small portion of the map. And you've got a small little homestead farm right here on the kind of northeastern corner of the map. But you also own this starting farm here. And this is like a big kind of cow dairy farm kind of deal. This is almost like the tale of two maps because you do own the homestead, you do own the dairy farm kind of thing, but just logistically doesn't make sense on owning both. I wish the map maker would put this in as you own either the homestead or you own the cow production place, one or the other, not both. There's a large vineyard down here in the southwestern corner of the map. A couple of production areas, got a couple of really massive chicken barns that it's kind of weird how they're set up because it's basically the same building that repeats 4 times, but it's only one chicken barn essentially how they work it out. And it's got room, I think, for like 2,000 chickens. And it's supposed to be representative across all 4 barns kind of thing, rather than having 4 individual barns with 500 chickens. They just had one barn represented 4 times for 2,000 chickens. But you got 2 of those viable lots here on the eastern portion of the map. But overall, it's a above average map. It's got decent color palette. It's got decent hills and undulations. Not a ton, but it's got enough. But like I said, this version being a little bit bigger, having more stuff for you to kind of get into, definitely adds to the map compared to its predecessor. Jake, what do you think of this map? Jake. Wow, Donkey, what do you think of this map? Wow.
I'm like, when did Jake get here?
I have no clue.
So the second to last bullet that they put really grabbed my attention. The twister probability reduced to match Hungary's weather. The fact that they went in to change that probability is, I mean, that's awesome. Now, I don't know how much of the rest of it they adjusted to match the climate of Hungary. But definitely like it. I like the details that I see from the screenshots. If that train is the train that is used for transporting crops, that's awesome. But it looks kind of static to me. Yeah, I mean, I'd give it a shot. But I mean, I got plenty of space on my PC. I'm not sure if anybody on their console would give that one a go.
So one thing I'll say is that it is an actual train line. Like there is a train. And on the western portion of the map, you'll see like this little block of space off to the west. It's to the left of the main kind of road intersection. And that is actually a train depot. And what you're supposed to be able to do, because you own that part of the land too, and you're supposed to be able to just drop the product on the ground and be able to load it using like belts or augers or things like that kind of thing. That's the reason why you own the land, is being able to load into the train without there being like a transfer silo kind of thing. So that's just a little additional detail about the map to keep in mind. Will, what do you think?
That's gonna be a hard pass for me. It's not my kind of style of map. I mean, it looks good, but it's gonna be a pass for me.
All right. Next one we have is the Actisol Sparty. 24.57 megabytes to download. This is a subsoiler for $70,000, 300 horsepower is required, and 6 meter working width. If we take a look at our closest comparables here, under subsoilers, going to be there. Let's see, we're talking 6 meter working width. Do we have anything at 6 meter space game? No, we don't. So closest one we got has got the Alpago K Extreme 11500. That is $31,500 and 5 meter working width. 350 horsepower is required. So right off the bat, $70,000 for the Sparty is almost double, actually more than double, the starting price for the Alpago. So right there, you're already spending a lot of money extra, but you are going to save 50 horsepower by doing the Sparty. Now, you're only gaining 1 meter for a subsoiler. So overall, 25 megabytes to download. And this is by AgriPoly Concept. I don't think I said that earlier. 25 megabytes to download, nearly double the starting rate or the starting price for our base game equipment. And you're really only getting an extra meter and saving about 50 horsepower. This is going to be a pass for me. Personally, there's nothing really kind of about this mod that's making me like jump at it, wanting to have it. And spending more than double what we have for base game, it's not something high on my bucket list. So yeah, this is gonna be a pass for me. Donkey, what do you think?
I mean, the mod itself looks great. It folds, so you're not going to have to run into traffic going down the road. Awesome. I mean, as I said, it looks really great. But I have to agree. Like I wouldn't pay 70,000 for it in game if I can get something just a little bit smaller for half the price.
Will, what do you think?
That's gonna be a hard pass. I don't really use subsoilers, so it looks very highly detailed. Looks very, very good, but yeah, it's gonna be a hard pass for me.
One thing I will say about this that I definitely like is that even though it's, super expensive and all that, the fact that it's a subsoiler means that it should be able to clear out a plowing state, which is cool, but it also leaves that like cultivated look to it. So if you're not
It does.
wanting, what's that?
It does.
Does what?
So it plows, but leaves a cultivated state.
Yep. Yeah, so that's one of those where if you're looking to be able to remove that needs plowing state, but you don't like that kind of deep furrow look to the fields, this could be a good option for you. But if you're playing with like precision farming and whatnot, this is going to be a bad option for you, overall, because of the nature of precision farming. All right, next one we have is the Topliner 4090 by BFM Zorzi Manu. I struggled on that the last time too. 41.69 megabytes to download. We've got our harvester here for 30,000. This is the grain header for 6 meters. The 4090 header trailer for $1,000, and then the harvester itself, $129,500, 310 horsepower, and 8,500 liter capacity. Taking a look at our closest comparable, that's going to be the Massey Ferguson 8570 for $104,500. Let's see. The capacity for the Massey is $8,000 liters and 250 horsepower. So right off the bat, the top liner here is $129,500. So you're going to be spending an extra 25 grand just to have the Deutz-Fahr version. 310 horsepower compared to 250. You're going to get about an extra 60 horsepower out of the mod, and you're only going to get about 500 liters of extra capacity. So overall, for 42 megabytes, the Massey, in my opinion, is a lot better of a deal. You're only losing out on 500 liters, and you're only losing on a little bit of horsepower. So overall, I'm just going to stick with the stuff in base game compared to downloading this and wasting an extra 42 megabytes overall. So yeah, that's where I'm at with this one. Donkey, what do you think?
Yeah, this one's going to be a hard pass. I mean, the functions that they added, great. You can have a passenger and it uses the real GPS system. Awesome. But yeah, I would just get the Massey. I wouldn't, especially starting off, I don't want to get something that's more expensive than what I have in base game.
Exactly. Will, what do you think?
Well, it was base game 22. That I do know. I always sold it instantly. Like the second I know that we got mods, I sold it instantly. So yeah, I don't really use Deutz-Fahr, so it's gonna be a hard pass for me.
All right, next one we have is the Zadar Major CL80 by Hispano, 22.93 megabytes to download, $42,500, 75 horsepower for this tractor. Overall, if we take a look at our closest comparable, going to be under small tractors. Let's see. We're talking 75 horses. Going to put us, at a same brand, the Zadar Proxima HS, $60,000 to purchase this, and that is going to get us 76 horsepower to start. So the mod is going to miss out on 1 horse. That's it. But you're going to be saving nearly $17,500. Like that right there, it's a pretty decent savings right off the bat for only missing 1 horsepower. And this is only a 23 megabyte mod. Yeah, overall, I'd say if you want something that's going to be a little bit cheaper for not much in the ways of losing things, this will be a good little addition to your small tractor fleet. Yeah, I'd install this one absolutely. Donkey, what do you think?
I mean, it's definitely not bad. Pretty good price range as far as getting it purchased. Tons of options. I mean, for me, it'd be worth the 23 megabytes to download, but great for starting out.
And Will?
Well, once again, it's another brand that I have literally never used, which is Zener, so it's gonna be a hard pass for me.
All right, next one we have is the Ponninger Faro pack by Agro Design Austria. 35.09 megabytes to download, and we get ourselves a few different auger wagons. Forage wagons. Starting out with the 3510 for 65,500 and 23,000 liter capacity. The 4010 for 70,500 and it is 26,000 liters. And the 4510 for $75,500 and 29,000 liter capacity. All of them have different power requirements, starting with the 115 range, going all the way up to 145. So not a ton of power is going to be required for these. But again, looking at our comparables, let's see, forage wagons. There we go. So taking a look at the closest comparables, starting out with the small one here, we've got 23,000 liter capacity. So that's going to put us at the Ponninger Faro 4010. So, hey, looky there. We already got one that's from base game. So that's the actual middle of the range there. The 4010D is basically a replica. But the smaller one here, 23,000 liter capacity. The Ponninger Faro is 26,000 liter capacity and $65,500 for the small 3510 for the mod, as compared to the $77,500 for the Faro 4010. Again, it's part of the pack. So you're going to be saving a little bit of money, and you're going to be only losing about $3K worth of product. Then taking a look at the actual 4010, the reason I'm looking at it is because there is a price difference. 4010 base game is $77,500. The one in the mod is $70,500. So you're going to be saving about $7,000 and 26,000 liter capacity for both. Then you've got the 4510. That's going to be 29,000 liters. So that's going to put us somewhere just a little bit bigger than the Ponninger there. So again, we're going to look at that one. At 77,500, the 4510 from the mod is 75,500. So you're going to save $2,000. So overall, everything from this pack is cheaper than what we have in base game, the kind of quote unquote closest comparable. And you're going to get a range of volume sizes. So even the smallest is cheaper, and there's going to be less volume. Even the biggest one is cheaper, and it's going to be more volume. So this is kind of a decent size pack where you're going to be able to kind of get the little bit more functionality and size range out of your equipment here. But 36 megabytes is going to be a bit much. This is going to be really dependent on the individual, whether or not you tend to use these kind of forage wagons and whatnot. I can see downloading this because I've been using these wagons a bit more, especially because of the swathing pack that's available for the game, being able to pick up crops from your fields and then put them into the production site. I like that, and it adds the functionality of these wagons being able to pick the swath up and put it into the production point. So overall, I could see installing this one, but I kind of struggling with that file size though. So it's one of those that I wish it was a little bit smaller, but overall, I think I'd still install it. Donkey, what do you think?
I mean, it's going to be a hard pass for me. The most I would get for the same price is an extra 3,000 liters. I can't see installing 35 megabytes for 3,000 extra liters for something that's in base game.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Will, what do you think?
Well, I mean, I personally never used loading wagons like this, so it's one of those kind of things where it's gonna be a pass for me. But if you love using loading wagons, I mean, definitely check them out.
Gotcha. All right. Next one we have is the Valtra front loaders. This is by AgriBusiness and is 9.77 megabytes to download. And we got a range of different front loaders for the various bits of equipment out there. So ranging from the G4M at $7,500 going all the way up to the G7M for $9,500. If you like Valtra, then this is going to be a good one for you. For me, this is going to be a pass because it's not often that I will use Valtra, but this would be a welcomed addition to a Valtra farm or anything along those lines. Just going to, again, be one of those where it's going to be a very, very specific use case and going to be very individual dependent. So, yeah, this one is going to be a pass unless I can find a specific use case for it. Donkey, what do you think?
Unless it's longer than the front loader arms that we have already in base game, give us that little bit of extra reach, it's going to be a pass for me. I'm not that big on what brand my front loader arms are.
I also agree. Will, what do you think?
Well, I never use Valtra. Valtra's another one of those ones that I never ever use. I mean, if you love Valtra and you're looking for a branded front loader for Valtra, I mean, it's here. So, yeah, it's gonna be a pass for me though.
All right, next one we have, and looks like the last one for today, or the 29th, is the winch attachment by P555 Digital Design, 4.87 megabytes to download, and a price point of $15,800. This looks like it's an attachable unit for your 3-point links as well as other sets of equipment like your excavator headers and all that kind of stuff there. I mean, it's one of those that it's got the winch, it's got the kind of scraper so you can actually like scrape up the ground and all that stuff. Overall, this is going to be a pass for me. This is not stuff that I tend to use on everyday occasion, but if I do find that specific use case, then I would install it then. But overall, yeah, this I think is going to be a pass. Now it does say, let's see, toggleable ground states creation. You must turn on the winch tool. Also has 2 different ground textures by folding and unfolding the tool. So you can utilize it for like those purposes of being able to create your ground states. But yeah, this one's going to be a pass for me. But 5 megabytes isn't that bad. It's not that intrusive a price either. So if you can incorporate it into your gameplay, then hey, here it is. Donkey, what do you think?
Actually, kind of intrigued with this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the in-game winches, the maximum connected trees is 4, not 5.
I think you're right.
And then you also can carry up to 12 tons, which is huge difference.
Yep, that's also a good point.
I might actually download this just for the winch function. I'm not too keen on making my own roads with the tractor and a winch, but I mean, if you are, great. But I think I'll download it just for the winch itself.
Gotcha. Will, what do you think?
Well, it's definitely something different. Like you can kind of dig up the ground in a certain way. With this, Like it won't give you a plow texture. It'll give you kind of like a cultivated texture, kind of like you're digging up, kind of like clearing out land, basically. You can like simulate that you're clearing out an area, which is super super nice. Um, Having the link on there is super super nice as well. So yeah, I do like this.
You know what? After listening to you there, Donkey, I just clicked the download button. It's one of those that, yeah, I could see just that winch function alone, getting the extra weight and extra tree in there, could be definitely something worth looking into. So definitely change me on that one. But like I mentioned, that's the last one for the 29th. Do we have a favorite we want to pick out for the 29th? Donkey, what do you think?
Ooh, I got to take a quick look back at everything real quick. Remember all what was in the 29th. Let's see. Can't say that I have a favorite. None of them really jump out at me.
Fair enough. Will, what do you think?
I would definitely say the winch attachment. Most definitely.
Yeah, I'd probably have to echo that. I mean, to say it's my favorite, it's like a real tough one to kind of put that favorite in with this one. But of what we have to select from, it's going to be the quote unquote the top ranking. But let's see. Let's go ahead and catch up with the chat here real fast. We got, I believe I left off with DTAP Gaming says, also light cultivation, no stones come up. Oh, nice. Swim Shady says, I make you right there, Donkey, with that winch. DTAP also says, I like that the one digs super far into the terrain, almost like terraforming. Oh, really? Okay. That's cool. Let's see. That's it for the chat there. Looks like the rest of this page is updates. What about this next page here? Ooh, we have updates for Pelinier. So this one is for changelog 1.2.0.2, and this was actually quite a big update. So it says, map maize plus ready, added silage maize, added rye, added triticale, added spelt, added green rye, added vetch rye, added summer and winter winter wheat, added summer and winter barley, added meadow grass, added clover alfalfa silage with bale wrapping, added 2 silos in the construction menu dedicated to clover and alfalfa silage, added clover bales, clover hay, clover silage, alfalfa silage, modified animal feed to include new crops and silages, fixed new textures and improvements for alfalfa, fixes and improvements for cover crops, fixes and improvements for mustard, new crops made compatible with precision farming DLC, added multi-angle terrain, added stubble crushing, added a new BGA production including green rye, clover, and clover/alfalfa silages, added new productions at the mill, rye, spelt, and triticale flour, added the ability to bed the cows by placing a bale in the barn. Weighing station offices and probes at cooperatives can now be used without owning the land. Pasture gates can now be opened by everyone without owning the land. Adjusted mission vehicles to avoid semi-trailers that cannot unload at the mill. Various other fixes. A new save game is required. Whew. So as you can tell, that was one heck of an update. Lots of stuff going on there. Tons of new crops, tons of new things to be able to do with said crops, couple of new production updates, including the BGA, the mill. You've got the ability to use the offices that are around the building or around the map there at the sell points. You can open the office doors and you can actually use the little crop probe to be able to drop down into your trailers and whatnot. It's all decorative. It's all kind of fun and games kind of thing. It doesn't actually provide you with anything in the game, but it's still a cool little feature and a little piece of additional fluffery to the map itself. overall, everything I looked at in my update video seemed pretty solid. Everything looked a-okay to me. So yeah, this was a good update. Really enjoyed it. Donkey, you have anything to add to this update?
Wow, that's a lot of work.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, they definitely stuffed a lot into this update and made a lot of changes. But I mean, I still love playing on that map, and I would probably just start a new save just to play on it again with all the updates.
I agree. Will, what do you think? Do you have anything to add?
No, other than they got a massive update. So
All right. Checking out the rest of this. Oh, all right. The next new mod we have is the Mini Caravan Park by Miko Modding. 6.95 megabytes to download. This is for the 27th. $200,000 to purchase, and it does have a income, so this is considered a generator, up to $36,000 a month. Overall, this is going to be a hard pass for me. The reason being is that not for any particular reason outside of the value at which this brings in. Up to 36 grand a month for this. Yeah, you're spending $200,000, but you're going to be able to make that back up in less than a year. Like less than a year, you are now starting to make money on this, and it's not a small amount of money. So this to me is almost to the realm of too cheaty. Again, I don't know. It's one of those that I like it. I think it's a kind of cool. I just wish that this was kind of toned down, the monthly income portion of it. Because I feel like you're going to make that money back far too quickly, and then you're just going to be like raking in the cash really fast. So that's just me personally. Donkey, what do you think?
I would have to agree on the really cheaty part. I don't know if any of you guys have ever lived in a trailer, but my lot rent was never $9,000 a month.
True.
I'm sorry, the house I live in now, the rent is not $9,000 a month. So yeah,
Also
no,
true.
That's gonna be a pass.
Will, what do you think?
well, if I was living there and it was $9,000 a month, I'd be like, I'm just finding some other place to live. No, this would definitely be a pass for me. I think it is funny because on one of them it actually shows a guy sitting in a car, and then right behind that is a trailer, and right on top, and then there's a guy sitting on top of the trailer with like a can, and I can guarantee you that it's not a can of water or soda if you're on top of a roof.
Oh yeah, I see it in the fourth screenshot right there. The person on top of the
Yeah.
roof. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, catching up with the chat here real fast. We got, I believe I left off with D-Tab saying, I like the one, digs super. Oh no, I read that one. Swim Shades said, good night, Dave, Donkey, and Will T. Thanks, fellas. Take care. Good night. All right, Swim, you have yourself a fantastic rest of your day. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. D-Tap says, nope, $800 a month was the trailer court if you didn't own it, LMAO. Also says, if you own it here, it was $300 a month. Yeah, no, it's a huge difference. And here's the thing is that if I had a trailer where it was, $9,000 a month, then everything on the inside better be made of gold. And I'm talking not like gold plated.
Right.
I'm talking solid gold. Like I better be like going to the bathroom on a gold toilet. I better be, washing my hands in a gold sink. I better be like everything should be gold, like everything.
Right.
And it should be so much gold in there that if on a bright sunny day I come out of that place blind. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. All right, next one we have is the Case IH Maxim series by Hispano. 29.06 megabytes to download, $112,000 to buy, 145 power to start out with. And if we take a look at our closest comparable, we've got, let's see, scrolling up. This is under small tractors. We're talking 145. That's going to be, let's see, where.
Yeah, I think it was.
It's going to be the Claas Arion 57530 is going to be our closest comparable there. 145 horsepower exactly, so it's a like for like. Now the Claas here is $153,000. The case, on the other hand, is $112,000. So that case is going to save you $41,000 right off the bat. So hey, sign me up for 30 megabytes though. 30 is a little bit high for me personally, but for a cost savings of, that much, I might consider installing this because that's right at the top end of the power range, and you can get it at a 175 horsepower as well, to where the Claas here, what will that get you up to? 180. So 180 at $170,000 price point. So even at the top end, you're only missing on a 5 horsepower, and depending on the price of the case there at the high end, I mean, yeah, you still might be in a better situation than the case or for the Claas there. So yeah, I could see installing that one actually. Donkey, what do you think?
As with most of Hispano's mods, like I really like that he does the adjustable rear view mirrors on them, because I do a lot of in-cab driving. Will I specifically download this mod? Maybe, maybe not. Kind of depends on what my situation needs. But I definitely do go to Hispano for the tractors that I do need.
Absolutely. Will, what do you think?
If I was on PC, I'd grab it. I'm not gonna grab it on console, but yeah, I do like it. But like I said though, if my PC was working, then yeah, I would grab it on my PC.
All right. Next one we have is the Cart Palette by Gain FS. 7.54 megabytes to download, $1,600 to buy, and 100 horsepower. So I think this is interesting looking. Outside of that, a hard pass. Outside of it just being like, hey, what can I strap a motor to and go screaming down the road at however many miles per hour, then likely the most unsafest way possible? Hey, this has potential in that. But for here in FS, as I mentioned before, I'm not huge on those mods that are specifically the use case of I go from point A to point B and that's it. And that's all this is I'm going to point A to point B and maybe able to set up some sort of, kind of like behind the scenes, or even like a role play kind of aspect. You might be able to set something up with that, but really, this is just going to be a pass for me. There's just nothing I see in this that is going to be able to be utilized for me personally. Donkey, what do you think?
I couldn't agree more with you. But I'm still trying to figure out how they got 100 horsepower out of a lawnmower engine. Let alone 100 miles per hour on a pallet. But yeah.
The power of lightweight.
It's a pass. Yeah.
What do they call it? Like power to weight ratio?
But that's still a 5 horsepower motor, if that. And that's pushing it. But
it's farm sim logic. What do you expect?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I've done some dumb stuff in real life, but yeah, it's gonna be a pass here.
I personally love that one of the screenshots here is from the second screenshot. This is specifically the map Matopiba 2K25, and them going over the bridge with just the kind of tree trunk ties to it. Like, No, just no. taking a pallet over top of a bridge like this just doesn't sound like that much like fun. Even in my younger, crazier days, even that's like no, just no. Will, what do you think of this one?
Uh, well, it's not even farming related, so it's gonna be a hot pass for me.
All right, next one is the Pack Halloween by Raleigh Cursu 1 VSR Modding Sir. 13.85 megabytes to download, and we've got a bunch of different deco in this. Copy and paste everything I said about the previous kind of Halloween inspired things and apply it to this. It's just not going to be one that is going to interest me at all. Donkey, what do you think?
I mean, yeah, I agree. Copy paste. I mean, this one does also have the money generation part of it. I've never gotten paid for my Halloween decorations, but you know, some people do. But yeah, it's gonna be a pass here.
They must be some really good decorations. You got some random strangers in the streets like, man, I appreciate the effort they put into that. Let me put a $5 on their doorstep.
Yeah.
Will, what do you think?
Oh, I mean, Halloween's already passed, of course. Um, but I mean, if you love Halloween, you love stuff like this, then they'll fit perfectly. But if not, it's gonna be a pass for me.
All right, next one we have, and it is the last new mod for the week, actually, is Alaclepa by Carl TG and INF Modding. 331.05 megabytes to download. And similar to one of the previous mod maps that we had looked at earlier, this is a re-release, a separate release from a PC Mac map only. So this is now available for all platforms, and this mod, or this map, is really good. This is a really good map. 4 out of 5 for me personally. This has got a good mix of farming, forestry, grass care, the whole 9 yards. So looking at the map here, your main starting farm starts out here in kind of the northeast corner of the map. Got this nice little town area just west of your actual farm. And just like Carl TG and their maps, has been including the peat fields and the peat equipment mod pack as well, which it's a cool little thing to do. That peat, it basically works the same as like mowing equipment with the windrowing and the mowing and all that stuff. Basically works the same exact way. Also included here recently, the ability to have a production along with it, so you're making like peat like packages almost. Yeah, overall, I think it's a lovely map. It's got a good color palette. The terrain is relatively flat for the most part. It's got small hills and undulations, but not much to really distract your eye. Where you're getting the eye distraction from is the forestry, because there's tons of forest to do on this map. But there's enough of the kind of fields and farm work to do as well to make it a good mix of everything. So you're going to be able to expand, you're going to be able to make the map into something bigger than what it originally is, but at the same time being able to like just do whatever you want on it. That's a great thing about this map in my opinion. Donkey, what do you think of this one?
So from the view, like the PDA view that they kind of have here, it's a little harder for me to tell what's fields and what's forestry. But that's just me needing lines. But I mean, it looks pretty good from the screenshots. I would definitely have to go and check out a map tour to really give a definite answer, but I could see playing it a little bit. So it's worth a download for me.
Well, not to shamelessly plug or anything, but I mean, I do happen to have a tour of this one. As a matter of fact, I've got 2. Plug away. And to answer your not so question, the fields are actually, if you look at the main dividing line right in the kind of upper middle portion, that kind of gray line that runs east to west is the kind of main road right there. All the kind of lighter green like circles that you see on the kind of inner side of things down to the south portion, those are all fields. The brown is all forest areas. And then the green that's up in the north, like right along the top edge, those are all grass fields up there.
Okay.
So basically, any light green is fields, any dark green is grass, and then brown is forest. And then the kind of like dark brown, that's the peat field in the southeast corner there. Will, what do you think of this one?
Well, well, I think Carl TG makes some really good maps. Unfortunately, I'm not big into forestry maps. I mean, it looks fantastic, but that's gonna be a pass for me.
Gotcha. All right. Well, like I said, that is the last new map here for the 29th and for the entirety of the week. But we do have an update here for Rolling Meadow by David Merriman, and this is for changelog 1.0.0.1, and it reads, fix lime station slowing more than it should, and fix pre-placement issues. I don't know what the pre-placement issue was. I'm not sure what they're referring to with that, but the lime station that they fixed. So if you'd seen my update video, you would see that around the lime station, and I don't know why it's like this, but you could actually see the texture of lime outside of the bin for the lime station and actually was over top of where the output spout is. So it's almost like there's the outer bin that would hold the lime, and then the lime was like cutting through everything else, which I don't understand why it'd be even a part of the design of the bin, because you're never going to see inside the bin. So I don't know why there would have been lime as a texture on the inside to begin with. I don't know. That's just me. But I'm certain that's not necessarily a David Merriman thing that happened. I don't know why it would have happened that way, but it just did. But it was a fix. Donkey, do you have anything to add for this one?
Nothing to add from me.
Will, what about you?
Nope, nothing.
All right. And that's it. That is everything for the week. We want to pick out our favorite for the 29th. Donkey, what about you?
Oh, it's definitely got to be the caravan park and the cart palette for me.
I love it.
It'll actually be the Alpaca. I can't pronounce the name.
The map by Carl TG. Will, what about you? What do you think?
I would definitely say the Case IH Maximum series by Hispano.
And I'm going to mirror Farmer Donkey and say Alaclepa is definitely by far and away my favorite for that day. Like I said, I'm a big fan of Carl TG and the maps that he makes. I think they're fantastic. I haven't seen a single one of the maps that he's come out with yet that I've been like, haven't been anything less than impressed with any one of the maps. The only issue that I have with any one of his maps is I think it was the first map that came out to Farm Sim 25, and that was the Tassie Farm. And the only reason that I have an issue with that map is it was the first map where he implemented the peat system on it. And the price points for the peat is way off. It's so beyond like broken kind of thing. Like so much so that I don't even recommend even getting into it, because you can buy the starting field for like $600,000+ for the peat, and you can literally make your money back in 2 trailerfuls of peat product. just selling it off straight away. It's I think you can get like $700 per 1,000 liters for a single trailer full, and it was adjusted prior to this. But for other maps, I think the regular peat price is maybe $70 per 1,000 liters. So it's basically a 10x increase off of every other map that's out there. So that's my only issue with that. But this map, solid. Absolutely love it. Yeah, that's all the mods for this week. So, gentlemen, do we want to get into some news?
Maybe.
I
No,
actually
'cause
have to be.
No,
What's that,
because
Donkey?
I actually took.
I actually have to get going. I work in the morning.
I gotcha. All right, man. Well, thank you so much for coming on to the show here today, and you have yourself a fantastic rest of your day. Do you want to let people know where they can find you?
Sure. You guys can always find me on my YouTube channel, Farmer Donkey, and in my Discord. So definitely go and hop in there and chat with me in Discord.
Excellent, excellent. Definitely go give a follow to Farmer Donkey. Really good dude. He has come on to the show here on AgriBusiness several times. Did a farm sim talk with him. If you want to find out a little bit more details about him, go check that out. Really awesome dude. Again, Farmer Donkey, thank you so much for coming out here tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you guys for having me back.
Oh, with pleasure. You have yourself a great night, man.
You too. Good night, guys.
Take care.
See ya.
And Will,
Yeah,
what were you saying?
I took NyQuil like an hour and a half before before we started the show.
Holy smokes,
starting
dude.
to
And
feel
you're still awake?
I'm starting to feel it.
You're
Trust
just-
me.
I'm shocked you hadn't been feeling it for longer, man. Holy smokes. Do you want to pass on the news for tonight?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there wasn't really that much news. So I mean, I just shared his big barndominium, which looked fantastic. Uh, then there's just a couple other things from a couple different. Like I said, there was barely any news, anyways. Like we'd probably spend maybe 3-4 minutes talking about news. That's it.
Gotcha. All right, real quick there. We got DTAP Gaming saying liquid gold better be coming out of the sink and used to flush the toilets. LMAO. 100%. So not only is everything solid gold and all that stuff, but you got liquid gold coming out of all the faucets. And yeah, it just that's the only way that $9,000 a month for a trailer is ever going to make any sense whatsoever. Now, before we do sign out, I do want to reiterate just one thing really quick. We were talking at the beginning of the show in regards to what happened in regards to Roughneck Modding in their posts. I just want to just restate that just really quick for anybody who missed it at the beginning. There has been an issue with specific people out there in the community who are going around to modders and other creators within the community, and they are basically causing issues with those modders. If you are one of these people, don't be. Don't sit there and just start railing on other creators and their content or anything like that. Feel free to give constructive criticism. Constructive criticism, shouldn't be dissuaded, kind of thing. If you're going up there and saying, "Hey, there's something that's broken," just want to point it out to you. "Hey, this thing isn't working like the way that it should." Okay, fine. Those things are fine. But sitting there like, "Oh, well, you're stupid," or "Oh, hey, this thing doesn't do what I want it to do," or but all that kind of stuff. Don't do that kind of stuff. Again, if you're the kind of person that's like, no kidding, BDD, like that seems obvious, then this isn't for you. But if this gets to somebody and you're like, "Oh, wow, that's something that I do all the time," is I sit there and rail on other people within the community and kind of make my my voice be, pestering kind of thing. Well, then, hey, think about what you're doing, because, there's people out there who are getting really fed up with it. And it's one of those where we are going to be poorer as a community by people going out there and doing this kind of stuff. And specifically, it sounds like the people who are going to be hit the most by this are the console players. They're going to be the ones that are going to have to suffer the ramifications of the people who are going out there and doing this kind of nonsense. So if you happen to see this kind of stuff, I don't want to necessarily say like, hey, kind of push back against it. It's not your job to do that kind of thing. But it's one of those like, at minimum, don't participate in it. Because again, we're going to be poorer as a community. There are going to be modders who are going to pack their bags and just say, you know what? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. This stuff is free. This stuff takes time. This stuff like takes effort. And we get this stuff, because of the kindness and generosity of the creators out there. So don't pester them. Don't ask them a bajillion one times of where is this mod? Why is this mod? Who is this mod? All this kind of stuff. Just give them the space they need to operate, kind of thing. Life happens, to everybody, including modders, including creators. So just because it's not exactly what you thought it was going to be or should be or whatever the case is, take up the keyboard and make the mod yourself if you think you can do it better, kind of thing. Other than that, move on and be thankful and grateful that we're getting this stuff. So, like I said, I didn't want to harp too much on it, but I just wanted to reiterate it. What's that?
Real quick, there are actually just a couple pieces of news I just want to go over real quick.
All right, that's fine.
The first one is from Mr. Hector Mods. It's work in progress. His FS25 Carpathian Countryside. He shared some new screenshots.
Beauty. It's looking great.
Of course, I guess with his Barn Minion, which was fantastic. And then BB Mods is making a smaller version of the fish food production.
Oh, nice.
So you want to buy like you want to buy the big old factory. Arguing about that. Factories, but let's drop it here in a couple days. Where we go? Oh, where was it? Yeah, that was the other one. Okay. The last one I just want to go over here real quick is patch 1.14. That dropped. Patch 1.14. I'm not gonna read anything. I'm not gonna read everything that comes up, for the change on. But I am gonna read off new machines configuration items. So added GEA, dairy feed and dairy robot with Coolway configuration options to medium and large Foreman cow sheds. So basically, originally we only had the Lely. Now we have GEA for the feed it robots, which is fantastic. We have added 1500 or millimeter with wheel configurations for compatible small and medium tractors, which is fantastic. And added roll configurations at Kinsey Mach Till 412. New functionality. That's PC only. Added Border Collie as a new dog breed for the dog house. And then also added multiple coat patterns and color variations for dogs. So basically, now we have different kinds of dogs. So because like before we had like a golden lab. But now you can change the color, so you have a black lab, chocolate lab. There's a couple other ones in there, and now you also have the border collie, which you can have different coat colors. So we have some different dogs now. And then the last one I want to cover here is for the Mercedes-Benz Truck Pack 1.2. Um, added added specialization to enable camera mirror functionality for machines outside of Mercedes-Benz Truck Pack requires Mercedes-Benz Truck Pack. Now, what that means, uh, do you remember when the Kubota DLC came out? We got passenger support, right?
Yep.
But it required the Kubota DLC. So if you had that installed, then any vehicle that allowed it or got it enabled, you could ride passenger. Um, that's kind of what they did with the Mercedes-Benz Truck Pack. So any vehicle that has a camera, if the content creator, we're not the modder, must implement it into their vehicles, they now can. But for it to work, you will need the Mercedes-Benz Truck Pack. So that's all the news I want to go over. Just some short, brief stuff, real quick. Those are like the top points, mainly the path I wanted to go.
Excellent, excellent. And do we want to inform everybody about when Giants is planning on taking their vacation? Because that's coming up here soon.
Yes. So they haven't put out the dates yet. They always release the dates when. I know last year they were gone the day before Christmas Eve, so most of them were out of the office by the 23rd of December. There were still some people in there until Christmas Day. Um, and then some people came back to work at like a week early, which was second, the second to third week in January. Yeah. Um, I know the year before last year, it was completely different. They went to break the week after Christmas. So I don't know how they do it, but they pick out certain dates. So they leave for break this date and then they come back this date. So we won't know until they release it. But I guarantee you, as soon as they do release it, I'll share it so everyone will know. But yes, Giants will be out of the office for roughly about 2-3 weeks. Sometimes we will get mods that are scheduled, but I wouldn't cross your fingers on that. So.
Yeah, so it's one of those where, here in the next, several weeks, we can anticipate them to be taking their vacation. During that time, expect little to no activity from the Mod Hub, from Giants, anything along those lines. On top of that, for the next probably week and a half, 2 weeks, maybe ish, I'm anticipating, not guaranteeing, but I think we're going to start seeing an influx of mods, maps, and all that stuff getting released. The reason I'm thinking that might happen is because of the upcoming vacation kind of thing. So we're going to be in this kind of period of the new DLC, which is coming out. When is that coming out again? The 4th? Tuesday.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, so
Tomorrow.
the 4th. So yeah, we're going to be in between that time of big DLC droppage. So anybody who is working on anything for that is going to be able to, kind of shuffle off. Maybe we'll start working on updates for it and whatnot if things don't work out the way they expect to. And then the time of their vacation kind of thing. So there's going to be this kind of big, contrast of time kind of thing. So I think, this is my personal thoughts, we're going to start seeing the, after the DLC release, we're going to start seeing stuff coming out at a higher and higher clip. And then eventually it's going to, the spigot's going to get turned off and we're going to, see kind of a drying up of things. So that's my kind of guess.
Usually mods will get piled up. Like on the mod hub, like we'll get an insane amount of mods from when the DLC gets released until like the week after Thanksgiving. After that, then it'll probably start being like every other day that we might get something. If we get something every single day, great. But last year, that's how it worked. Last year, it was like a week after Thanksgiving is when they started to trickle in, not go full blast. And then in December, we were lucky enough to get mods twice a day or twice a week. So just be prepared that they're be going on vacation. Giants deserve a vacation, just as much as anyone else does.
Lies.
Oh, okay. And wow. And and then when they come back, roughly within the rest of January, expect like a trickle of mods. Don't expect like full blown like, okay, they're all back now. We're gonna get a ton of mods. Expect a massive delay because usually what happens is that a bunch of modders will upload stuff and their queue will build. Like I remember last year, before they went on vacation, they had 86 mods waiting to be tested, which is fairly low, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they came back from their vacation, they had over 3,000 mods waiting to be tested.
Wow.
So just be aware. There might be a huge delay on a lot of mods. So if something doesn't come out before Christmas, or before they go on vacation, then it will probably come after they get back. So just please be patient. I know it's hard for a lot of people, especially because I know we get mods a lot, and we are spoiled with mods, and I'm willing to admit that. But I'm very thankful for every mod that we get.
Absolutely.
So to not have mods for a certain amount of time, it stinks. But yet, Giants put a lot of work into everything that they do, and they deserve a vacation. So, the only thing that will be open when they go on vacation is their bug report or sending tickets in. As long as it's a game-breaking issue, then you can submit it in, and it will be answered immediately. Other than that, it will not be answered. So, for example, if you send a ticket in, you're like, okay, I see a tree floating. I don't know how to get rid of it. They're not going to respond back to you. Not till they get back in the office. But if you're like, hey, listen, every time I load up like into the game on Riverbend and everything disappears, like everything is just a blank map and it keeps freezing every time, that's something that they will look into and then they will fix it. So, because there's always somebody in the office, even when they're on vacation. So, if that makes any sense. So, but
Absolutely
the whole
does.
QA team, the whole QA team I know leaves, um, leaves by Christmas Eve. So, but they always have scheduled releases though. So.
Excellent. So yeah, I mean, we are through the mods, through the news. Just be on the lookout for all the kind of hiatus that is anticipated here in the next several weeks. And yeah, I mean, overall, we got a lot of stuff to look forward to. I mean, we got the new DLC coming out tomorrow. That's something that's is going to be exciting. Go play on that. Yeah, so I mean, we've got plenty of stuff to kind of keep our attention for the next little while. So overall, I'm looking forward to it. What's that?
Now, are we going to be streaming on Wednesday, or are you still going to look into that?
I'm still looking into it because, unfortunately, Tuesday nights into Wednesdays are my busy days at work. So we'll kind of see and play that one by ear.
Yeah. There's one other thing coming out from Giants that they'll be announcing before they go on break. So just stay tuned and be aware of that. Because they will be announcing the year 2 season pass. So
nice. Looking forward to hearing about that one. All right, there, good sir. But I think we have reached the final moments of the show. Do you want to touch on anything else before we go?
Oh, I am all good.
All righty. Well, I want to again give a big shout out to Farmer Donkey for coming out here tonight, hanging out with us, and letting us know what he thinks of the various mods, maps, and the news. Even though he didn't catch too much of the news, greatly appreciative for him coming out and hanging out with us here tonight. Again, thank you to WillTGaming for co-hosting the show with me and doing everything that you do for the community here. Greatly appreciate you for it. And we are at the end of AgriBusiness Tonight here for Sunday, now Monday the 3rd. Hope everybody enjoyed it. I want to thank everybody for coming out here tonight as well. If you did, please show us by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things the algorithms enjoy you doing. The shows you engage with this channel, enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope everybody has a fantastic day. Take care.
Yo, hit the dirt and fire it up. It's that hard cause grind. BDD and WillT dropping knowledge every time. From the mods to the maps, from the brands to the tools. If it's FS talk, you know they breaking all the rules. We talk giants, we talk gears, we talk that horsepower. Late night mod drops, we got that creative power. From interviews with legends to spotlighting the new, we bring that FS fire straight from the crew to two. Living life behind the wheel with a digital twist. Ain't no button we don't press, no trend we ever miss. Updates, leaks, and future plans. We got the inside scoop, no chance for scams.